Welcome back to the Saturday Ironheart Merchant Company Session 26, a hot and rocky dessert part 3. Last time we left off, the party of two being Rolamin and Nar, well, technically and Little Scarf, so 3, continued their adventures into the city of they really didn't know. A random city that they had spotted out in the middle of the desert. The party decided to head in that direction to check it out, finding out a little bit about the town. The two managed to not only to figure out that Crump Sr. seemed to have something going on amongst the city, as he seemed to be charming folks without any concern, as well as hearing from Little Scarf that there were slaves down below in the underground. The party decided pretty quickly that a decision needed to be made, and without James's amazing diplomatic leadership to be there, Rolamin and Nar made a decision. Nar is a just man, and Rolamin likes to kill people. So the party decided to free the slaves, and we come back to Nar having decided to run into the city with a couple of buckets of alchemist's fire. In fact, all of the buckets of alchemist fire, if I remember correctly from last time.
Both barrels.
Yeah. With Little Scarf having headed below and James and Rollman about 30 feet from the exit gate that you all had come through, kind of circled up with the 3 wagons of the secondary craft, or I think that, wait, let me double check. Was that their name? Un momento. Yes. The second craftsman company, having their 3 wagons kind of circled around James, and with James's on the in the center, blocked only behind it by a building. As Roland and James, you stand there, before as Nar is kind of grabbing the buckets, putting one under each arm, and starting to kind of turn and walk away. Little Scarf already long gone. Rollman looking over to you, James, to say something. James, you begin to feel your head swoon again, and you begin to see a vision. For the people listening, we had James roll these prior to sessions, so just for your own knowledge. But James, as you feel or see Rollman like speaking to you, you find yourself almost falling back, collapsing in front of Rollman to the ground as you begin to find your mind swimming with visions of a not too distant future of what looks to be a horde of fiendish-like creatures coming in hordes of the thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands as you look on. Shadows that seem to just populate the grounds for miles on as you see this flat deserty field. A single figure seems to stand beside you as you look over. You see a 10-foot tall, white-furred Rakshasa that almost looks identical to Temidar in his tall, lengthy-like figure, as he stands there with a massive black armor on him, a heavy tower shield in one hand, and what looks to be a massive glaive in the other, standing alone against this army, preparing to hold what looks to be, as you look around, a small mountain pass opening. You see as this Rakshasa stands there, kind of defiant. A strange emblem seems to be protruding from his chest. A necklace-like object seems to come into vision. Although you notice where what you'd expect to be some sort of symbol, holy symbol, a noble house, something, it seems to be blank. As a moment kind of goes by, as you kind of look at this person, seeing these fiendish creatures coming running, you hear another voice suddenly populate the scene behind you, as if the person just seems to come out of thin air, come walking over. A older-looking snowbeard, who seems to look very similar to you, James. However, his skin a little bit darker, a few more wrinkles, his beard very long and dragging on the ground. He walks with a cane, though you can definitely tell almost immediately he is a capable smith by the arm muscles he has and his back muscles almost protruding out of the obvious smith's clothing that he wears. As he walks over to call the kid, you hear the smith address the child as the last sentinel and the wall of Meijing. As you see these two begin to talk, some sort of warmth kind of comes over you for a moment, and you see the design suddenly shift on on the last Sentinel Rakshasa's necklace. The symbol changes to an emblem that starts to strike fear almost to your core. You don't recognize the symbol, but something about it, as it seems to almost blank in your mind, even though you can't understand what the symbol is, something about it causes you to take a step back almost immediately. As the older Snowbeard seems to turn and give a smile at you, a deep fear seems to embed itself into your chest for a moment as you come back, kind of sitting now on the ground, looking up at Rollman. Nar kind of just standing off to the side, one barrel under each arm, kind of watching you to see if something's wrong. And just as you start to hear Rollman trying to lightly tap you on the face, trying to get you to come to, you feel your mind begin to swim once more. And James, you begin to feel yourself driven to see what is beneath the ground.
James will stand up. Roman, get the gate open for these people to get out. Nar, when you go underground, I'm going with you. Roman will come join us as soon as he can.
If you can keep up, and I look for the largest congregation of guards or just people I can see.
As you look about, you see a large, what looks to be a tower that seems to be in the center, kind of off to the side of the center of town. Also, as you look over, Nar, give me a spot check.
Okay. Am I good at these? I don't know.
About to find out.
I don't think I am. No, I am not. We're gonna see how this goes. Better at search. Yep.
You see what looks to be... Well, I guess he can introduce himself on what he'd be writing in on. Zilpip, I know you like to make an entrance.
Always.
And as you were contacted by a mysterious figure that was able to get into your lab with no understanding or knowledge, and the curiosity not but piqued for the lack of hostility but capability from this individual, you were told to meet a group here as it would be of value to you. The only thing you're 100% sure of is that the individual was some sort of champion of a god. But they did mention something about a beholder being at the same place, and that will let you know if you are in the right space. As you see a kind of what looks to be floating down slowly beholder coming from about 100 feet above you as you come over this large white clay town.
Oh, hell yeah. What did this emissary look like? Sorry?
A small phallus, so a small, cat-like individual that would be about 3 feet tall with orange fur. A covered, hood, dressed very similar to a scholar.
100%. Rad. I come riding in on a 12-foot tall, hulked out Herculean pug.
Yeah. As you see above,
full circle.
Nar, this massive pug almost jumping in the sky as if it's jumping from platform to platform, slowly making its way down towards the town. Just slightly above it, a small sphere-like object kind of floating his way down, looks to be cautiously trying to avoid the attention of the individual on this dog-like creature as they start coming down. Melvin, as you start lowering yourself down, having managed to jump off the ship right around where you expected the party to be, and were rather told the party would be by Zebril, you see as beneath you, I believe a familiar figure, because I believe you've met, or has Monster Monday didn't meet Zilpip, never mind. Never mind. As you see a figure beneath you that seems to be kind of jumping down on a canine-like creature, almost float as it floats through the sky with ease.
Oh, dog.
Beholder! Hello!
What the?
I was told to find you.
Hi, Zilpip.
Melvin, how did you get? Does Melvin look like a beholder, or does he look
Melvin
like?
currently looks like his normal figure. Zilpip is the only one who seems to be able to see through the item. Melvin, I
Where
assume,
did
are you? Yeah, I was gonna ask. Assuming what
Do
what
I-
form are you taking currently?
I would say probably still the Snowbeard.
Okay.
I mean, hi, James.
I just
where did
James is just nods at Zilpip.
where did you guys come from?
Where's your furry friend?
I'm just looking back and
Alar
forth.
passed away.
Yeah, Nars, you look about now. You know everyone's eyes are on you, lot.
God damn it! How did you let?
My eyes
was
shift
the
to
greatest-
Melvin actually during this.
The greatest wizard of this generation, and you let them die. Do they want to come
died.
back as undead?
I don't think so.
Well, fuck. Where's their body?
In
The
the
dark
Evil
forest
Forest.
outside Greg's city,
Okay. Word.
ripped apart by an ent and then burned.
Zilpip pinches the bridge of his nose.
As Zopip seems to do this, almost like an unnatural magic seems to respond to him. You feel as the entire city begins to rumble. The ground begins to shake violently, and you can hear beneath you the sounds of collapsing stone.
We better
Oh,
hurry with this
hell.
plan, you two.
All right, I'll look up how many guards are on the top of the gate.
The two guards that were on top of the gate are looking around nervously. Actually, let me make. They're going to make reflex saves.
To not fall down. Oh,
Yep.
That's incredible.
They might solve my problem for me.
Yep.
It's
I
a
forgot.
space
Yes,
between-
I know. Fuck off, or I will add another difficulty level to this.
Okay.
As you watch both guards go kind of flipping over the sides of the wall down to the ground. It's not a very far fall, but one seems to land on the outside as you seem to hear a loud oomph as the other one that seems to land down the inside towards you, Lot, drops to the ground. You watch as he seems to you hear a loud crunch as something seems to hit his head and it causes it to bounce up slightly before setting down into the ground.
Oof.
Wow,
I think that one's dead.
That's
so
a concussion.
reminds me of the werebear skull.
That made my job a lot easier. I can deal with this if you guys want to continue the plan.
I'm just gonna go do my job now for whatever's
Yes.
happening. I look at everyone.
Melvin, you're welcome to either stick with Rolovan or accompany us down.
Yeah, we might need more help with you guys down there. Not gonna lie.
I will say you are starting to see Rakshasa packing up furiously, running about, grabbing their stuff, and running towards the gate and towards you lot.
Oh,
The large ingression walking together is getting a barrel thrown at them.
Okay, they are going to go ahead and make an attack. We'll have them roll for a reflex against it.
Let's see. I believe it's a DC 5 of the D20 plus my dex, right?
Yeah.
Because I just have to hit the area they're in. Yeah, well, let's see if I net one. I do not.
Alright, as you go checking this into the middle of the group, you watch as a few of the creatures seem to, Alright. As you see a couple of the Rakshasa amongst them seem to easily avoid the barrel, seeing what you're doing. Many of them looking to be a bit more well-trained and capable. A specific figure that catches your attention, Nar, that seems to jump out of the way with ease. You watch almost as he climbs over the crowd and seems to stand in the air. You recognize Crump Sr. Kind of climbing over and running and just gives you a slight glare and continues on as a few others, seemingly dressed in the same outfits, seem to follow after him.
It's all well and good they dive out of the way. This isn't a small explosion.
Oh yeah. Go ahead and roll for. Oh wait, did I give you a damage for that or no?
It was like it was
Let me
a
see.
stupidly high amount.
Let me
I don't
pull-
think any of them could.
Wait. Let me specifically ask you because I have two notes here. Which alchemist fire barrel are you throwing?
Both barrels are the same. The blue one's a
Okay.
vial.
Okay, I was making sure you weren't throwing the vial. All right.
No.
So
You guys are as far as
that's
I know.
8 ounces, and you guys had 2. What were they? What size barrels were they?
They were the smallest ones, I do believe.
I hope you wrote it down. I don't remember. I'm talking to Justin.
The smallest would be a firkin, which would be 40 liters. So, if you can, give me a second. All right. Oh no! And you said you're just throwing one of those barrels?
Yep.
Okay, if it's the smallest one.
I thought we got a runlet, actually, looking at this.
I'm looking up the roll. Don't worry.
You better go look it up, because otherwise I'm gonna go with the 40. And that's what we're gonna roll
Fucking
on.
matters.
Yep.
The 400?
What the fuck?
40
We got
liters.
400.
No, 40 liters.
Oh.
If you had 400 liters, your ship would have capsized.
Yeah.
And I don't have a 400 liters. I have a 450, and I have a 300, which is why I know it's not that.
The size is what everyone would fit was the maximum that could fit in the bag of holding.
Yeah, because I put it in tier 1 bag of holding. It filled everything.
Yeah, so I think that
Yeah.
was the 40. Which would be. Would you like to roll this, Nar?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I need 1,352 d6 worth of damage rolled.
Oh my god.
It's a d6 every ounce, or every vial, which is an ounce, I think?
1,352? Alright.
Or a flask. I mean, if I'm correct, let me double check.
There was an error with executing this command art. We'll use the other roll.
Let me
didn't like
make
it.
sure, because if I'm correct, let me see how big a flask is technically by D&D standards. Because if it's an ounce, or is it 8 ounces?
I think it's 8.
All right, so then that makes this easy. Give me one moment. Divide that by that. 169 d6 then.
Okay.
More manageable.
That's a little more manageable. Yeah. Whew. Okay. All right. Well, Crump Senior's alive.
Good for him.
But as the explosion goes off, you watch as it blows a hole in the ground in front of you, watching as many of those caught in the center of that are just eviscerated completely. The flame exploding out in this bright green gas-like explosion. Bodies with nothing remaining. The ground seems to expand out, burnt on the edges, turning to almost like a green like glass, similar to like the old Coke bottles. As you see as you look down into the hole, all of you, I need a will save. DC is 75.
I don't think
not.
Whoa,
We
we could bat
can't
20.
technically make
You
that.
can
you
nat
can.
20. You can nat 20, which is an auto success.
I'm just gonna roll a d20. I'm not adding a goddamn modifier.
Yeah, there's no point adding your modifier.
Because the caster level on this individual is
No.
high. Zopip, this will be required for you too.
Well, it's not based on castle. It's based on their stat. But
Well, yes.
I mean, it's a motto.
Their stats are also ridiculous because I had to
Yeah.
I created something horrendous the other day.
Oh, God.
I don't think even Zopip can manage to save against it. He might be able to. We're gonna see. If he stepped away a minute, I don't know.
There's a chance.
All
You said
right.
DC 75.
Yeah. As the hole clears, I will show you what you all see.
Is this? This isn't a spell, is it?
No.
This is just a magical effect.
This is a fear this is a fear aura.
Okay.
Oh, I'm immune to fear.
Course, fine.
This goes through immunity. That's why I made you still roll because I know you're a paladin. Yep. There are some creatures that, like what's his name, who did the Hellfire, can create things that they're only very good at. All right, Zopip, what'd you roll?
Sub 75.
Okay. As you all watch and feel the fear come down your spines as if you're looking down the face of the city of gold itself right in front of you, naked, unarmed, and with nothing but what the gods had granted you upon birth. A creature stands before you with powers that you can only define as equal to what Durali felt like a moment ago. Nar, your ice runs cold, and you feel as suddenly you're almost pulled into some sort of warm embrace. Rolamin, Melvin, James, and Nar, you suddenly find yourselves wearing what looks to be small necklaces with a collar kind of depicted on them, similar to what Nar used as a holy symbol. That seems to allow you lot to maintain your senses as you see Rakshasa all around that look down into this hole seem to begin to go nuts, tearing out their eyes, tearing their flesh off their skin as they seem to try and escape this creature's view. She looks to be obliterating some poor individual who is dressed in iron armor that seems to glow with magical runes up and down, holding what looks to be a shattered shield that looks to have cracked in the center where a gem once was. As you all are able to look down for a moment, you can feel the weather getting colder, an icy storm beginning to come overhead, clouds thickening through the skies and darkening it almost to a unnatural darkness. As this begins to happen, you all feel the shiver still hitting you, the fear effect as this creature continues to do battle. Would any of you like to do anything? As it doesn't.
Is the gate open?
The side gate is, but no one else is moving amongst a lot.
I'm going to look at the head of the caravan and motion for them to go.
She is currently tearing scales out of her body one at a time, along with many of her other people.
Fuck.
The only reason you seem to have your mind right now as you look about is you can feel a similar power almost on the same rank as Giraldi is protecting you.
Yeah, she looks like she's fire immune.
I'll throw the fucking tag at that dude.
She looks like she's fighting.
Let me ask you, does Nar think that? Or is that an out of character, like, funny thought?
It's out of character, but
Okay.
you're gonna roll something to figure it out.
Well, if you're gonna do it, yeah, you can give me a you can do an appraise check. We'll call it, or I'll take that, or knowledge nature, knowledge planes, or survival. Any of those.
You know what? I'll roll a nice survival check for this.
I'll do knowledge nature. My knowledge nature, my survival higher. I think they're about my nature's higher.
I will say she shares similar features to a image that you recognize as the founder of the house of Frodo. Oh, that Frosian came from.
24
nuts.
Well, Zilpip is also fear affected currently, and is not. But the only thing is, he's
that.
not caused. He doesn't have the insanity being pushed onto him like everyone else.
I'm
Zilpip?
15, okay.
24 for James's survival.
24. Melvin, if you're gonna roll.
I think he's gone still.
Okay, no worries.
While they're doing that, I'm gonna go open the main
No, I'm
gate.
here. Hang on.
Okay.
Survival.
Okay, yep.
You
Survival
can roll
work.
survival, knowledge planes, or
Religion or praise.
yeah.
I'll
But
go with
you have
praise.
more options.
Okay.
17.
Okay. As you all kind of take a moment, almost a glance between a lot of you as you look down, trying to ferret any sort of weakness as Roman starts to turn and walk away. Her eyes seem to dart up towards you lot as she with a single gloved white hand, parries away a heavy blade that comes down from this figure that seems to be doing battle with her. Spells of his own going off as he enlarges himself, seems to cast something similar to True Strike on himself, and is still missing the creature with every strike he gives. She looks up, and as you lot all look at her for a moment, this is the first time you've realized there's a creature out there that might not be winnable against. Even the City of Gold had its weaknesses. There's no weakness that you see on this creature. Nar, you feel a pull on your back as if something's trying to take you away from this creature, but you are not physically moved.
Do I see Little Scarf behind me if I look?
As you look about, Little Scarf is nowhere to be seen.
I mean, I'm gonna take that as my thing that I shouldn't be near this. And I'm gonna start backing up.
All right. Rollman, as you get over to the gates, give me a strength check. Her eyes, by the way, are still on you lot and seem to focus over towards Nar as he starts backing up. The weather is getting colder. You start to feel a chill. It is currently, rightfully now, about 20 degrees. It went from roughly 110 just moments ago out in the city to roughly down to that in moments.
Some crazy air conditioning.
14, right? 14. As you shove the gate, there's something on the other side seems to like make a grump of a noise or a grunt of a noise, and then seems to you hear a shout back in common. What the? Who? What?
Open.
Fuck you.
Okay, buddy. Can I see through the gate?
Oh yeah, you can see the Rakshasa guard kind of holding his head there as he looks, kind of like stares at the gate and leans up against it.
Can I fit a sword through the gap?
Roughly.
I'm gonna stab this guy. He's in my way.
You're gonna okay, make an attack.
Say plus. No, not that great.
Don't worry, James. We're gonna come to that in a second.
12. Damn, that was bad.
As you go to shove through, you hear, oh, fuck! You hear, as it kind of like seems to pull himself away out of the gate. As you start pushing, we'll come back to you in a moment. James, you feel, or you see, your eyes seem to lock immediately with the shield, as you see the cracked design in the center, the whatever seemed to have originally been sealed in the center of this tower shield gone, and you feel a moment of almost sadness, and then you begin to hear a voice in the back of your head that you immediately recognize as Alfred Stone as he begins to speak. He goes, "You need to run, James. This is our own. If we wish to survive, you need to run now."
All right then. As James will turn and start to go get the caravan moving towards any exit.
They are
Everyone.
still
Loading
mad.
them up on by force if I have to.
They will attack you. They will all attack you as you get close.
I'll do it.
Load them up. We need to get them moving.
I specifically want to grab the leader.
Alright. Go ahead and give me a grapple check. However, she is going to get an attack of opportunity. Also, she is currently suffering from madness, so... She get this madness, so we're going to see if she can actually hit. No, it wasn't going to be. I didn't think so. Alright. Go ahead and roll your grapple, and for the contested...
For the barrel, by the way, it was 440 d6.
Oh god, there it is. As you go to grab hold of her, she seems to be easily able to be picked up as you pull her in, as Nar and James begin to one by one start strapping these people into the wagons and trying to keep them tied up. Continuing down the order then, Melvin, is there anything you'd like to be doing?
Well, I don't think I'm going to be much help forcing people into caravans, so I will assist with anything else and try not to
Prep to drive
focus
carts.
on that scary thing.
Yeah, as you start getting the wagons kind of in order, helping tie them together to get the horse or the beasts of burden to follow each other with ease. Kind of watching as James and Nar begin to do it. Let's say we'll give it a handle animal roll, or knowledge. Yeah, I'll take handle animal. I think that'll be easier.
Oh, can I toss him an item if it's handle animal? Because I have an item for that.
Sure.
Rod of animal taming. Add a +5 to your roll. I'll want that back, but since you're just doing this right now.
That's on loan.
Does James shout that?
I get a +2.
No.
Okay.
You have a... Oh yeah, I forgot you have a really bad charisma.
You have a really bad charisma. I got him up to positives.
Hey.
What
All
happened?
right, yeah. As you start kind of pulling them together, you get the wagons ready to go. As you get up at the front, trying not to lock eyes at all, Melvin. You feel a voice in the back of your head. Recognizing Zebral's voice, telling you needed to leave immediately. There seems to be a panic even in Zebral's voice as you hear this. That's a first as you kind of catch that feeling the emotion, kind of hurrying yourself along.
In the panic of the moment, they may even see a kind of look of shock on my face that a horse isn't scared of me for the first time.
There's a
As
moment
you're holding
of
a
like
stick.
there's a voice in the back of your head. You're not really focusing as you're kind of like grabbing one of the horses, petting it, getting it tied up, and then you realize suddenly like the horse didn't
Wait, I just
bite
pet a
me.
horse.
He didn't rush away from me. And then as you realize again, wait, the moment as you turn back to go to your cart, kind of a bit of happiness, but also the fear of the fact that your master is in the back of your head, concerned and scared, showing fear in his own voice. All right, continuing down the list, Zilpip. You do feel the fear effect. You cannot get closer. However, as you watch the insanity of those around tearing themselves apart, you are not familiar with this effect to this level. You've seen spells similar, of course, that have done stuff like this, but as you look down, she seems to have locked eyes with the party, not really paying attention to you in the slightest.
Zilpip is incredibly attracted to this woman. But this is a very dangerous situation. I'm gonna. He's a very chaotic guy. I'm gonna roll one way or another.
Please, Zilpip, assist us in leaving.
Please do as you wish.
Zilpip screams at the top of his lungs, "I'm your biggest fan! I love you!"
Zilpip might die.
As Zopip says this, you see as she seems to kind of like turn up, and you hear from a strange mix of words that seem to go too quickly. As she casts something, Zilpip, you recognize the spell effect without having to roll because you've cast this before. She freezes time. Almost as it seems to be a giant time bubble around the town. Only you and your part in the party seem to be at all not affected. The rest of you suddenly notice as Roman, you shove against the doors. They don't seem to open. They seem to almost be made of steel at this, or heavy iron at this point, as you shove with all of your might, trying to stab through, thinking the guy's on the other side, but there's no one there. As the rest of you look about, the bodies stop moving and stop resisting as Nora just kind of picks people up and starts putting them in, not really paying attention.
James is also doing the same very quickly.
Yeah, I imagine it too. Not really realizing it, thinking it's just another effect of the spell and going in. Melvin, as you look ahead, the desert mate that seems to have been pulling this cart, a large wolf-like creature with its dark brown or light yellowish fur, seems to kind of be looking at you as you pat it on the butt for a moment, calling out to it. As the creature seems to smile and be wagging its tail slightly, it suddenly freezes as you notice. But as Zilpip says, it screams this out.
Zilpip
God, fucking damn it.
sheds a small tear of joy as she fucks with time too.
You see as the figure slowly takes steps into the air, and as where she steps, ice begins to form under her feet. As Nar and James finish up putting everyone away, the carts don't seem to move as she kind of finally steps out of the hole. She looks over at you lot, and as she again snaps her fingers to cast a spell, I need all of you to make a will save, except for Zopip, because she is not casting on him as he's already looking at her.
Is it even possible for us to make the save?
You can still crit. That's not how it works, but I mean, there's still a chance that you might get an interesting effect if you crit.
Can I
This is a
roll
spell.
to see what the spell is doing?
Go ahead and give me a spellcraft check
Using moment of perfect mind. So
Okay.
yeah, you know,
to make that concentration.
yeah.
Did not help.
14.
You
Wrong way.
What was that, Melvin?
What am I rolling?
Will save.
Well,
68 to determine what this spell is doing.
This is a command spell. Or symbol.
Mm.
23.
23.
Melvin, you feel Zebril kind of almost flowing magic into you as you're able to kind of keep your mind, allowing you to kind of keep focused ahead of you and not realizing that there's something going on behind.
Zebril's going, no.
As Roman, Nar, and James all seem to like stop and turn back towards the hole and just stare. All of you feel the urge of the word to look. As she kind of gives command, you all turn and look to her. She kind of stops and goes, I need to know information about what's going on, who's in power, and you lot are going to provide me with this. One of you seems to have a master capable far beyond what I expected, and one of you, as she takes a deep sniff in, kind of walking over towards Zilpip and kind of circles around him. The presence around her almost naturally cold. Zilpip, you begin to feel your skin freezing on your body, physically cracking and such as you try to move, even twinge your fingers.
It doesn't crack me. The cold shouldn't hurt me.
It's not doing
Unless
damage.
It has some. Yeah.
However, as she continues to kind of walk about you a lot, she kind of stops. She stands and puts her hand up and kind of gives come here with her finger as she calls to each of you. Nar, James, and Roman, you find yourselves driven to walk towards her, standing next to Zilpip. Melvin, what are you doing while you watch your teammates just basically go line up in a line next to Zilpip to stare at this woman?
Well, mentally panicking, trying to figure out what the fuck to do. But I don't think there's a whole lot that I'd be able to do that would be good for me. So, just trying to no, and grabbing them, trying to pull them back.
As you try to grab hold of Roman as he walks past, he seems to pull your arm until he walks away. You see as you try to grab hold of Nar, you take hold of him for 2 seconds, feel the pull, and realize it's not worth it letting him go. As you watch them walk over, Melvin, are you going to follow with them, or are you going to stay on the cart?
Yeah, I'm going to stay at the cart.
Okay. She kind of steps back and forth in line, in the front of the line like a drill sergeant as she paces, and she goes, "You, the big one," as she looks to Nar. Ah, on?
Myself.
Interesting.
Mid-walk. Yeah.
What's your casting level?
It's not my casting level.
Oh,
It's the tattoo.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Okay.
Or, no. This is my bloodline. My apologies.
Okay. Are you trying to? Where are you trying to go exactly?
I'm just floating away. It only goes up or down.
Levitate?
I will let you know. As you float up, because of the command she is given, now giving a second one, you do find yourself floating back down towards her. So while it does go off, it does not seem to do anything for you long term.
Once I'm near her and the command's completed, I can float away.
Yes, but as you do start to float, casting levitate, she kind of looks over as your knees are now at her face value. She looks up, and you see an annoyed look on her face. She seems to cast something, and then as you feel your body pulled down, give me a will save.
Had to try.
That's a fail. This is going to do damage. Thankfully, you're only a little bit off the ground. You take 12 points of bludgeoning damage as you slam into the ground.
It's gonna fully heal while we're talking, so I'm not really worried.
She kind of looks down, not realizing Melvin's not in the lineup, and not even recognizing his presence at all, not being there. She looks over, kind of looks at Nar now in the ground, and looks over now at James and goes, "All right, next. You're going to answer my questions, or I'm going to do what I just did to him. What year is it?"
Oh, I know.
She casts silence around Zopip's mouth.
What caster level?
Oh, you don't want to know that question.
Well, I can tell you right now, you are. Her first DC was a 75. This DC, let me see what level is silence to make sure I'm correct on my spell list on here.
Second level.
Is it? So that would be 77 for the save.
That's hot.
All Zopip's mind is going about is that exactly.
James.
I
would
can.
recite-
I.
Do you want to try?
Well, I just rolled. I can, but I'm not going to continue talking. Just in case it comes up. That's here. I'll
Okay.
message you.
All right. Go ahead, James.
James would go ahead and recite the year and the month.
She nods at you and goes, "Interesting. So it's been that long. Tell me, are any of my... you feel something like a probe into your mind. Do you resist?"
I don't think I
Hot.
can.
You can choose to.
Hot.
On the slim chance it'd end up getting me hurt, so James is gonna be smart enough not to resist right now, because he's been told to survive.
You feel your mind almost plundered like a child tearing into a toy box looking for its favorite toy at the bottom. She seems to tear and pull ideas and thoughts of yours and toss them aside, not caring at all what damage it seems to do to you. The rest of you see as James seems to physically wince every few moments as he just sits there or stands there staring at her blankly, kind of wincing, then going back to staring at her blankly. She finishes digging through your mind, James, and she nods and goes, "Seems that the others who are sealed haven't been found yet. But your bloodline recognizes the threat. Interesting. You are of no use to me, and to be honest, I have no care to kill you lot at this moment, except for..." She kind of gives a glare at Zilpip.
He smiles.
She kind of stares for a moment and then looks back to the three of you.
I'm sorry, should I not? Kind of speaks through the silence.
See an annoyed look at her face. Nar, give me another will save.
What? Yeah, what do you mean?
Sorry, not.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Slam.
13 more points of bludgeoning damage as you feel your face shoved harder into the ground. A loud, kind of almost a cracking sound to the ground as Nar's just driven further in.
Every time they hear cracking, they hear more cracking as it undoes the damage. This is just being mean to Nar. He's not killing him.
Poor dog.
This is just Nar abuse.
She just looks at Zopip and goes, "I sense my bloodline on you, but not...
Yeah,
it's-
you look familiar.
She winces, and you can see it on her face. Almost a disturbed look. She looks back at James and looks over at Rolleman, and then kind of like stops on Rolleman for a second and goes, "Are you this group's leader?"
No, he is, and I point to James.
An unimpressive creature. Tell me, small one, do you lead this one with the mouth? As she kind of like points loosely over towards Zopip.
No, he travels where he pleases and kind of does what he pleases, from my understanding.
Good.
Sure do.
You look like you'd have a fun time in my hometown. As she gives a smile and a wink at Zopip.
Oh!
And she...
I know where that is. I'm good.
That's...
But if you want to come to my place,
She ignores you almost entirely, and I'm just checking where the spell is. Oh, all right. It is. Oh, okay. It is just all right. Is there a saving throw? Yes. I need a will save.
can I roll to see what this spell is?
You can, but you have to succeed the will save.
I can do this before this is to determine if I'm going to counterspell it.
Oh, okay.
Well, you didn't prep your counterspell though.
I don't have to, though.
He got his
Crazy.
He just built his character for it. Give me a spellcraft roll.
Word. Okay.
James recollecting his shattered mind for a moment.
You are unsure, Zilpip, what the spell is. It seems to have similar effects to a spell you're familiar with in the modern age. However, it seems to be far stronger and more twisted, as if it has a higher chance of a side effect and something seemingly almost world-shattering. You would
What's the
recognize this
school?
as a universal spell of wish, or a similar version.
Word. Yeah, I'll counterspell that.
Oh no.
Boom, boom, boom.
If Zilpip gets us killed, who wins the bet?
Me.
Figured I might as well ask, since that seems like the direction this is going at the current moment.
Okay. Spellcraft check. 15 plus the spell's level. Would this be above 9th level?
Yes.
Word.
This is actually, hold up. Let me see if rules is written. If this can actually.
If it's an epic spell.
That's what I was just about to look up.
It'd be considered a 10th level spell, so it'd be plus 10 in terms of like for spell level stuff.
Yeah, I was wondering if it counts as because I don't know if they can be counterspelled at epic.
I think the base rolling is you have to also have an epic spell.
Yes. So here it is. A lucky non-epic spellcaster casting greater dispel magic might be able to dispel an epic spell. This game mechanics do not change. Epic spells do not occupy any privileged positioning, allowing them to resist being dispelled other than presumably a higher caster level.
So you can normally counterspell
the check is to dispel is a d20 plus a specific.
No. That's for specifically dispel magic. For counterspell, since it's still a spell, counterspell rules still work on it. Which normal counterspell rules if you have the exact spell.
It says for casting
yeah,
spell,
but
still
I
it's a
also have
dispel magic.
improved counterspell.
Yeah. For him, he can just use a school of the same spell.
But universal means he can counterspell this with prestidigitation, technically.
Just saying what the feat or what the DC would be.
Well, no, he can't use prestidigitation, Cameron, because you still have to use a similar spell level.
It still has to be the
He
same.
has to use Zip has to use an epic level spell to counter this.
He has to. I believe
Instead of using the exact spell, I have to use a spell of the same school that's one or more levels higher than the target.
Oh, so you can.
So
actually.
here's the thing. Actually,
It
Oh,
counts at 10.
the
Right
DC
now-
is 11 plus the spellcaster's level. So yeah, okay, I got it. Cool.
But yeah, he can't if it says one level or higher because it caps at 10. There's nothing.
Because epic is
higher.
timely just.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
So yeah, you can't counterspell that thing.
Nope.
Unless you dispel magic it.
So if you have the dispel magic, that's fine. Do you out of curiosity?
Sorry, my spell list is kind of long. I do have Dispel Magic.
Okay. Well, it's greater dispel
Use it with
magic.
a normal dispel magic.
Huh?
You don't have greater. Greater just has a higher cap.
No, it literally
Also
specified
high cap.
greater. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it specified you had to use greater or improved or whatever it is. Yeah.
He also has that. So
Yes, I heard him. Thank you. All right. Yeah, go ahead and roll for it.
All right. Boom, boom. Sorry, just to make sure, what am I? I'm rolling a d20 plus. Oh,
15.
plus my maximum, or
Plus your spellcaster level.
It caps at 15 for
Gotcha.
greater spell.
plus caster level
Mm-hmm.
maximum. Caps at 20 with greater.
Oh, is it 20? My bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Apologies.
I believe there's another between greater and normal. That's 15.
I was just two of them.
And the DC. Oh, okay. Dog, I don't know why I'm fucking overcomplicating this. I'm just reading.
Smoke
back
a
and
joint and literally just roll your d20.
forth. Yep, rolling. A 13 plus, well, maximum of 20, so.
You do not
33.
succeed. Wait, 33? Oh, yes, you do succeed. The creature kind of looks at you for a moment as she kind of turns and irritated. You see a almost a grating smile as she is going to cast at a single level higher the same spell once more. Tossing you once more and specifying to something different as she seems to speak. Do you speak Abyssal?
Sure do.
You hear the word of the term "far reaches of Abaddon" as the only way it seems to translate in your head. The term, though, you recognize similarly to a term called the Darklands in the modern era that you recognize, which is considered just an area of abandonment for all mortal lives. No creature gone to those lands have ever come back.
Interesting.
But go ahead and give me another roll, because she is going to keep. She seems to be willing to keep doing this.
How many spell slots is it better? How many spell slots you get?
Do I? A whole fucking lot, dog.
I feel like she has more.
Hey, maybe. I wouldn't bet on it, though.
She could be testing Zilpip's casting ability.
That's a 28.
That does fail this time. As you find yourself suddenly in the blink of an eye with a moment left to say something. Do you have any last words as you see?
Yeah. Last words. Let me check something real quick.
Please don't make me grind Nar's face into the ground any further.
I mean, by this point, wouldn't it have healed back up already?
No.
Yeah,
Here
it would have.
5 points because it's been.
I heal 5 every few seconds.
Yeah, it's been around.
They've been have back and forthing for a little bit.
Well, it's only been 2 rounds technically, or 3 rounds technically. So.
Oh yeah, he's shot down.
That's 15. Yeah, he's back.
Last words. Hey, my crib's always open if you're willing, and I'll plane shift myself to my place.
As you try to do so, finding yourself sent to this place, you feel your magic forcibly canceled out as you try to plane shift back to your own to another location.
Canceled by what?
The wish spell that she just cast. As she seemed to specify further, and I'm going to send you the exact wish. Here you go. There you go. As she looks to the rest of you, as you see Zilpip vanish in a cloud of blackened smoke, she looks to, kind of stops and looks at James once more and goes, "This day, you've been spared because of that creature's irritation. I no longer feel interested in playing with you lot. Be gone and do not return to this area. Take your accursed bloodline and remove itself from my sight." As she kind of turns, heads down below, and you feel the time bubble around kind of dissipate as screams begin, and she begins fighting again with this figure down in the armor below. You lot feel your the command spell break, and feel yourselves able to move once more. Nor imagine picking himself up and wiping himself off.
Can I get a good look at the person fighting this creature?
Give me a moment to pull up my note.
Who the fuck is challenging this being?
When James yells, "We need to leave," he would see that Melvin is already just sitting in the wagon.
I was just say getting them moving.
Oh yeah. We with our from our perspective, Melvin is just like he's already chilling. He's ready to go.
Give me Are you trying to tell who it is, or are you just trying to gather how capable they are?
Who and how capable if possible? Both.
I'll say give me a search.
Who is more important to me than capable?
Okay, then give me a search check. We'll call it then. Melvin is already you can hear the cracks of the rain as the desert main seems to immediately start moving.
27.
I'm gonna go run ahead of everything and break the gate open with my axe.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna jump over and kill the guy and then open the gate.
Natural 20 for 27.
I'm sending you something.
As the reins crack, Melvin just goes, I don't really know how to drive this thing.
Oh, so you're cracking the reins when the gate's
Yeah, the gate is still closed. We're not going to stick in town. We're going out the main gate that's closer. We're not going out the side gate, goddammit.
I will say, Roman, as you look down, he is holding his own, though the creature seems to be easily parrying. The creature does not seem to be able to get a hit in on this individual. It looks like the armor is protecting them. As
I'm watching, can I study and learn some moves from this?
Yeah, give me a we'll call it profession mercenary for it. As you kind of watch it, Nar and James, as you go ahead and roll an attack on the door. As you start rushing over towards it, Melvin is already you can hear the wagons moving, starting to rush towards the door. Melvin, handle animal with that, and then Nar, jump check for the trying to get over the door or gate.
21.
This is plus 9, actually.
Can I argue for climb since I'm as tall as the gate?
Sure, I'll take a climb.
That's my hit to the gate. Goddamn, still rolled.
Hey,
success though. That does hit. Don't worry. Go ahead and roll damage for it. And 12. All right. Melvin, the creature seems to more respond to the noise and the excitement as it kind of lurches forward and starts pulling. The others seem to whinny alongside or yip.
9 damage to the gate.
Perfect. As they seem to start moving forward, they seem to respond just almost of their own accord from the environment going on. As the wagons start lurching forward, James slashing at the gate, cutting at it. You cut a small hole into it. What did you... Nar, with a climb check, you managed to climb over as you hear James's axe stab into the back where you were just standing moments ago. And Roloman, as you, for a second, if we look back at you, as you are studying this, you do learn something kind of catches your attention about this individual fighting. They seem to be almost a similar class to you, and as they seem to be fighting, they seem to be getting better as the fight continues. The last moment that catches your eye as you hear the attack of the axe on the gate and are forced to kind of turn towards your party and look, is you see as the glaive seems to get a slight cut onto the creature's face, and a glowing irritation to her eyes seems to begin as she starts shooting out ice spells left and right.
I believe there is something in the Book of Nine Swords for if you recognize a fellow person that has the same class to roll and see what maneuvers they're using.
Oh.
Let's see. I think it's called martial lore.
It is martial lore.
Can I roll that?
Yeah, give me a moment to pull up my note for it.
Wisdom based, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't have any ranks in it, but it's wisdom based, so.
Oh, don't worry. We'll get to you in a moment, Zopip. I'm gonna tell you what you see. Don't worry. We don't want to leave you without, at least so the viewers can hear about your current
Another
situation.
nat 20.
Oh my god.
Christ.
You've not seen this maneuver before. As you kind of take a second to look, but you do recognize this as something that there was rumors about some sort of fighting style that once belonged to a group of samurai that had gone far to the south, vanishing completely. That were able to take on even gods, having learned it from ancient demons on how to fight said gods. These individuals were said to be hunted furiously by paladins and clerics, crusaders, and other such in every land, and thus most of them decided to retire and hide themselves back, disappearing from history. Though the name of this maneuver and this fighting style doesn't immediately catch your attention, you do recognize that this seems to be something almost on similar to the myths and rumors of what this was said to be.
Okay.
As you turn back, we're gonna get to you in a moment, Zopip. I'll have you as last. Nar, as you climb over the wall or the gate, you see the leaned over onto the side, like completely onto the side, into the desert sand, already starting to pick up on him. Stabbed guard that seems to have bled out a few moments ago, by the looks of it.
I'd say I'm just moving him out of the way of the gate.
Not heavy as you kind of pull and drag him around, grabbing him by the feet and pulling around as you see James cutting through the door. Kind of as he does so, the gate seems to almost naturally open itself up by the second hit as you guys start to run and escape. Rollman kind of turning and I assume grabbing onto the last wagon to climb in and hang on as you guys start rushing out.
Yep.
As we jump to the last person in the queue, Zilpip, as you find yourself trying to cast almost in the same moment, kind of a smile on your face, a sneer in your mind that there's no way this creature could toss you somewhere where you haven't been. You feel the magic kind of pull and tug at you as your magic is sealed away, feeling some of your spells removed from your abilities, as suddenly you find yourself almost in this area of unnatural darkness, though immediately being able to see. You see castles in the hundreds, if not thousands, dotted for miles on this dead, desolate, white, sandy land. The looks of creatures of small demons to high devils to archfiends seemingly walking about the dunes and themselves outside of the city. The cities, you can already feel the immense power of magic coming from these creatures. Creatures that you would recognize from your time as the mythos of archfiends that said to have come from an age beyond. You've studied creatures similar to this, but there's never been as many explorers would say, an archfiend to the same power as it was in the first age, compared to any other age. As you start to see the cities themselves giving off such powerful magic aura, a smile creeps across your face as you realize this will be a great place to begin your experiments.
Now, I've been to Abaddon in the modern age.
Mm-hmm.
And gained my chaos shaping abilities from it. Do I feel anything? Well, obviously it's a much more powerful magical age. Do I feel anything come online as you get here?
As you kind of look about, not seeing any creatures in the immediate area and seeing them, most of them just seemingly focused around these cities and attacking the walls as spells go off, you begin to try and focus your mind and try and use these spells. And as you begin to do so, you feel with every bit of your fiber, every spell slot in your being ability that you can cast, every understanding of magic you can put behind this, you manage to barely get enough power to equal to a cantrip, though as a small bolt of what looks to be just nothing but pure energy and will kind of flows in front of you. It explodes out in a massive crater, causing you to be pushed back from it, leaving a nice 20-foot indent into the deep sand that is slowly covered up as the sand moves about. Your magic isn't strong here, but you sense that it is still plentiful. Your controls are not nearly as capable as they once were.
I try to will out of the sand just a little bit of phosphorus.
All right, give me a will check or will save.
Save.
Yep.
Okay.
I know you can succeed, but as you feel a slight tug at your mind, almost on something you haven't felt before, as if something's trying to the realm itself is trying to pull away at your sanity. Something seems to appear that looks similar to the material, as it appears, it shows itself, and you look down on it. You quickly realize it's not the same of the material you're familiar with. It looks to be too simple and made of nothing but the sand itself. Your powers yet still don't seem to be able to break or bend this world yet to its full completion. Either the magic too thick or too sparse, from what you can tell. You can't seemingly see any magic in the air, unlike what you can in the mortal plane.
Where's the nearest castle?
From what you gather, a quick look about and some calculations, you'd guess about a 2 days travel by walking. I assume we're just gonna head in the direction and start killing anything along the way.
Zilpip don't walk.
Gonna fly?
Even with no controllable spells or spell slots, I'm gonna try and get there quicker.
Okay. All right. As you start heading on your way, a feeling of irritation and interest as you see some castles in the far distance starting to have symbols that you begin to recognize with some of the houses. But we're going to cut away from you for now as you go about learning, seeing, and maybe we'll do a small session, exclusive session for Zilpip, so a little mini adventures in Abaddon. As we jump back,
Zilpip
though,
becomes Demon Lord Zilpip.
if he does, you guys are screwed. Well, rather, Kez is screwed.
The Demon Queen, Kezanat.
Quite literally.
Zilpip may now have a new goal to get this Afrodisian under his belt. Who knows?
He's gonna get all the notches. He's gonna start his harem. It's gonna be fine.
But
I'm going to sleep with every generation of these demons.
Oh my god.
Meeting to so many problems.
As we now jump back though to the Ironheart Merchant Company, James, as your party as you kind of hold the door, the gate open, Nora on the other side holding the gate, as Melvin begins to usher the carts behind or through the gate. People still screaming inside the city, still tearing at their flesh. The utter pain and shouts and fear kind of being heard all throughout the town as the heavy storm starts to pick up and ice and hail starts to drop down.
Is there a line of them in 60 feet of me?
Not perfectly. They aren't coming at you either. They just seem to be kind of wallowing on the ground where they were.
Attacking us, bro.
I will say, you do see a few of the men that look to have had the Crump symbol on them. However, where Crump Sr. was, he doesn't seem to be there any longer. Give me a search check, James. And as well as Nar, because I imagine Nar is looking for Little Scarf like crazy right now.
I absolutely am. I was waiting until you were talking.
Yep, don't worry.
This is search. God damn it, it's my lower plus. 14.
Alright, one sec. There you go, Wolf. Now you understand why I did that for you. 26 on Nar and 14 on James. As you two start watching James, you notice in what looks to be a spool by with a building next to the gate, kind of out front looks to be a couple spools of cloth. Something kind of you hear something catching your attention and almost see a bit of movement under the spool. The spool itself looks to be made of a glowy mithril-like material. As you
Do I
kind of
recognize it as lyrium?
it is not. It does seem to shine, look to be made of like a wool-like cloth that has been spun. Something inside it, though, seems to almost been wrapped up and moving.
I'll rush, look it down at it. Little Scarf, is that you? If not, say so now. You're still coming with us. We're leaving.
No time.
Grabbing and running. Picking up the spool and whatever's inside of it. We leave.
Okay. As you pick up the spool, grabbing hold of it, you feel something inside, but as you kind of see Rollerman on the back of the cart heading off, the wagon's beginning to move. You start chasing after it. Nar, as you look back, you don't see Little Scarf anywhere.
I have to go back in.
You're probably gonna come back if you do that.
I'll catch up.
No, I heavily suggest we leave.
I ignore James entirely and I run back in.
All right.
I set the spool down on the cart as I climb in, and I look to see what small thing is inside. Moving around.
As you start kind of looking around it as Nar... Wait, sorry, James, I was reading something. So you're setting the spool down and then going after Nar, you said?
No, I'm setting the spool down and I'm continuing going. I'm not staying behind.
Okay. All right.
I advised him to leave with us.
No worries.
I'm prepared to be zoned of truth so that people know that I keep telling these people not to run off and die.
One sec. Okay, actually, I'll ask later. Alright, as you kind of head off, Nar turning in. Nar, as you turn back, going into the grouping, you see as Little Scarf seems to be holding, or kind of pop out of the shadows, skin torn to shreds as if they've been clawed out. As you take about a few steps into the gate, they seem to come out the side of an alley. Their cloak torn up, what looks to be a small, like almost glowing light inside of a jar that they seem to be kind of holding. They look up at you and kind of almost bleeding from everywhere and just a sigh of pain as Little Scarf goes, I think I got the guy's soul. And this Little Scarf kind of like starts to lean forward and falls into the sand, passing
I would
out.
say I'm gonna pick him up in the item and I'm gonna start running.
As you do, you hear something, the words of someone saying, actually, give me a listen check here. See exactly what you hear.
Many skills.
And does Nar speak Dwarvish?
I do, actually.
Okay.
One of my few languages, but I got a 7, listen.
You don't roll high enough as you hear a strange dialect on the other end of, I'm going to sleep with that woman when this is all done. I swear it.
Oh, he's already back. Impressive.
Though as you look about, you don't see anybody.
Ain't no time to look around, I gotta go.
As you continue on. Zilpip, you feel something kind of pull in your mind for a moment. Something seems to almost be splitting your body in half as you feel some of your magic being pulled away from you. You've done this before, something similar to an avatar when you put your soul back into the past with Sigrun and the adventurers who had taken you on as a member until you had managed to take over the mind of a lacking individual, we'll say. As you can hear on the other end the sounds of someone talking for a moment, and then you begin to hear again Nar's voice as he seems to be lightly petting something. The sounds of fur being rustled, and seems to be quietly speaking to them, saying, "You'll be okay." As you hear this, almost as if they were right around you.
You are not stealing the body of my cohort right now. Like,
Little cat.
you've got to be kidding me.
As you start rushing towards the wagon, though, you begin, or you climb in, or Melvin at this point is clicking the reins and getting everyone rushing as the insanity seems to dilute and break amongst the secondary craftsman company. These sounds of them kind of wailing in pain now as many of them begin to snap out of it, their injuries beginning to kind of come to fruition, the adrenaline dropping. Melvin, how far are you driving these 4 carts? Like, are you just going to continue going until someone stops you, or are you what's the plan?
Shout up for him to head towards the next nearest city, which would be towards the mountain range.
Okay.
I would go that way and go until James says to stop.
Okay.
Or until somebody takes over, because, I mean, he's doing it, but he still doesn't really understand what he's doing.
No, I mean, you just kind of click the reins, thinking the creature will follow and do as you ask. It seems to kind of jostle and jump side to side, but the wagons seem to keep hold as you keep going. They seem to continue going at top speeds, not really knowing what you're doing, Melvin, as they continue running. A few hours pass. Nar, as you, Rollman, and James, and Melvin all kind of now gathered into the back of the wagon. These sounds of wailing kind of being heard in the back, but not much you can do to climb to the other wagons while you're moving at these speeds. Little Scarf is passed out. The jar that Little Scarf's kind of holding, having this glowing light in it continue. You continue to hear little whispers and strange thoughts or comments. Something about, oh, that would make a great experimental process if I can manage to tear the creature's brain out and reattach it to one of these stabs that I've found. And you begin to hear strange ideas kind of flowing through this jar, as if hearing the inner workings of a madman.
Okay.
I'm gonna heal Little Scarf.
Little Scarf seems to like using land hands, using just heal check.
I'm using Cure Light Wounds.
Cure Light Wounds. All right. Go ahead and roll.
So this would be a D8 plus 3.
Your cast level is 3.
Yes.
Yeah, he's to every session. He has 2 levels in fighter.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's weird.
4.
Zilpip, you feel more of your magic being pulled away from you and pulled towards this this object, some sort of item. You're not sure what it is that's got you held to the mortal plane, but something's pulling at you and seems to be getting stronger as it does. As you cast the spell, James, you watch the spell suck into the jar.
All right, no magic.
Okay, don't
Can't heal him while he's holding that.
Yeah, don't strengthen the soul as I take the soul jar.
Do with that what you will.
I have no spell slots.
So,
James will go up and start slowing the carts down since it's been a few hours. We've probably gotten at least a couple miles away.
Oh, you can see the cities in the distance as you kind of climb over to Melvin, who seems to be like a little bit white face, a little panic in his eyes, but seems to be like,
I pat his back and I gently take the reins and start slowing us down.
I'll give a healing potion to Little Scarf since spells didn't do anything. Or was sucked away, rather. Is everyone okay with that?
I am fine with that. We're going to need to probably use some of the stores on at least the leader of that caravan if they can't heal themselves.
No,
All that things around here.
As you take away the jar, and as James and Rollman have this conversation, Melvin kind of stepping back into the wagon as James takes over, slowing the creature down. You feel, or you see as the light in the jar seems to almost go out, and Little Scarf kind of seems to sit up. Fully, wounds starting to close up almost immediately, blood sucking back into his head. As you see, the eyes seem to shift in color slightly. One being like a purple-esque color, while the other is, I believe, red.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, God damn it.
I look to Nar. I'm looking for a sign.
Can I tell this is probably no longer Little Scarf?
As you look over, the eyes shifting are pretty clear that something's inhabiting the little scarf's body.
All right. I grab Little Scarf and a headlock.
I stab you with a scarf.
I mean, you
Nar,
guys,
you
by all
find
means, go for it. But
no, you find yourself unable to move as your collar holds you in place.
I'll still stab little scarf.
You're gonna stab little scarf?
Yeah.
Okay.
God damn it. I'm driving. No stabbing in the stabbing while I'm driving.
You're gonna turn around? I don't know if you want to turn around. There's something really bad the other way.
All right, Rollman. Go ahead and give me a surprise attack, as I imagine the individual taking over the body is not expecting to be suddenly stabbed by his friends.
nope, it certainly wasn't.
And I don't. What is Little Scarf's flat-footed? Nar?
Not good. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I imagine.
Let me
My
pull it
flanking Little
up.
Scarf.
14.
Hey, that's higher than
14.
Zilkip's, though.
Okay. You are not technically flanking due to the fact. Yeah.
I will use weapon supremacy to make this roll a 10, so it's a 22 to hit.
All right, that hits.
All right. Roll the damage.
Is this a two-handed weapon?
It is a two-hand weapon, but I'm wielding it with one hand. That matters.
Word.
He's got big hands.
I got big hands.
Free actions.
13.
Can those happen?
Okay. A free action.
it's swift actions that are like reactions.
Immediate
Never
actions
mind.
can be used whenever you want, but
Word.
Yeah,
100%.
immediate's that. Swift is bonus.
Gotcha. And free is on your turn, just free.
Yeah.
You
I
watch
can get one free.
as the blade slams into Little Scarf's shoulder, cutting cleanly. You feel no pain, Zilpip, but as the cut cleans goes in, Nar, you take 13 points of slashing damage.
I yell, "Hey, motherfucker! Hey! We
I
struck
think
a
Roland
deal!"
sees blood come out of Nar's mouth.
As Nar's just standing there, like, I imagine pulling at his collar, because this is the first time Nar's
What's
been
going
held.
on back there?
As
Me
you
and the
look,
little cat
wait,
had a fucking deal.
Me and that
I
little
didn't forcefully do this.
what's up? Roman, what do you
Why
say?
do I hear Zilpip's voice from Little Scarf? Damn it.
Is it
Let
Zilpip's
Roland,
voice?
you're not part of this. Stop it.
It is Zilpip's voice, yes.
Why'd you just take Little Scarf's body? What the hell?
He let me. We struck a deal.
Okay. I would like to sense motive him, but I'll probably take him as
Sense motive me.
Zilpip, I will also note, your actual body in Abaddon does take 13 points of slashing damage.
Fuck you.
Yes.
Not you. Fuck Rollerman.
Hey, someone just
All right.
possessed.
Yeah, fuck you, bro.
Hear me out. Hear me
I'm
out.
fighting demons and shit.
Hear me out, guys. I heal every 2 seconds. You will eventually kill Zilpip one
Oh,
day.
I will say,
He just started
Zilpip,
his Zilpip, so
at
I'm
night,
not gonna do it.
when the body needs to sleep, you do lose control of it going forward. However, you are able to inhabit it as long as you are an Abaddon freely during the day. The Little Scarf will not stop you. The only exchange is that as you do so, it's hard to keep your mind on both situations. So you will be at a disadvantage with initiative rolls against demons when you're fighting.
14
Yeah, that
sense
makes
motive.
sense. Yeah, I'm not lying.
As you, Roman, for your sense motive, what are you trying to gather? Are you just trying to assume if he's lying?
If he's correct in saying that he struck a deal with the Little Scarf.
He is completely telling the truth. There doesn't seem to be any ill intent or hostile intent. In fact, as he tried to block with the body to protect it, it seems to be that he is actually trying to keep it alive.
My apologies.
Yeah, man, fuck. I'm dealing with a lot of shit right now.
I guess what happens. when
Parliament, do
you're
you
alcoholic.
often heal people to then immediately stab them?
Well, you see, Little Scarf's eyes aren't like that, and this was not Little Scarf initially.
No, your
How's gonna
collar.
stab them?
Your collar has let loose.
No, it's just
Sup,
scary.
my man? This dude whose body I'm in, he's getting the better end of the deal. Just oh, also, seems like a pretty chaotic guy. I promise you I'm more so. So that whole like yin yang thing you got going on, will work out just fine.
Nar, you see a knowing smile on Little Scarf's face, as if the individual now inhabiting Little Scarf is looking through the memories with you.
If I could kill you, I would.
You don't want to kill your friend though.
He'll come back.
Sure will. This is his body. I'm just renting it.
Once I get the caravan stopped, I'm gonna go check on everybody else, letting them deal with that situation.
Yeah, as you continue, kind of coming to a slow, you all, as the wagons kind of come to a slow, James kind of out front, pulling on it. The Just to be specified, James, would you have put the spool of mithril wool, on your wagon or in the back wagon with the?
I would have put it with us. It would have been with us and been like, this thing had something moving in it. Don't ignore it.
I want to know what's in it. Wait, hold on.
Okay.
I'm keeping the mithril.
You all hear as you kind of as Little Scarf kind of comes to or mentions this to the deal to Nar kind of snapping back at that comment, almost as the uneasy silence goes over. Melvin still contemplating while Rollman is down for attacking people that he had helped. Almost as the silence kind of hits, the wagon's coming to a creaking stop, you hear the loudest baby cry kind of expand out from the dead center of the wagon where the wool is, as it screeches out as if it's being attacked.
Yeah, I'm getting the child. All right.
As you kind of undo this spool of what you realize pretty quickly seems to actually be made of metal wool, Nar, you see inside is a little bundle, or a little wrapped up bundle of white fur, as you see a Rakshasa child. You'd guess maybe a year old.
You picked up a child, James?
I'm
It
cradling the
was
child.
in the wool. It was in that spool, and it was moving, and I thought it might be a Little Scarf, so I grabbed it and ran.
Can I argue for handle animals since it's a baby?
Damn. What the hell, bro?
Listen, I don't have children of my own, but I'm pretty sure
Well,
they're not animals.
There's not a handle child roll, is there?
There's a diplomacy roll.
There's a diplomacy
It's
roll.
diplomacy for baby.
It is, yeah. It's
Okay, I'll diplomacy the baby.
Can I try to diplomacy the baby?
No,
I'm
you
holding
don't
the
touch
baby. Go away.
Immediately, the concern for Little Scarf is gone. The child is the new interest.
No, I can't do anything about it.
Well, like I said, I'm stopping the caravan.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see if everybody else is okay and be back in a moment. As I'll go checking each cart and making sure they're
30.
Okay. With a 30, as you kind of look down to the child cradling its head, almost immediately, Nar, you're brought back to one of the few enjoyments of your life, watching the smile of children, and playing them, enjoying themselves. The sounds of a giggling child seems to kind of almost give a warmth and a familiarity to you for a moment. As you see the tabaxi look up at you and smile, it seems to giggle, and then as you feel a rumble down, it makes a loud farting sound as something seems to fill the bottom of the blanket.
Nice.
Just like the troll kids.
And as you take a whiff, the smell hits you just like the troll kids.
I'll be in the back of this cart.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say Melvin and Rollman and Little Scarf, air quotes. Little Zilpip, we'll call them for right now.
Oh, there you go.
Are kind of all sitting in the back of the cart as well while this is going on.
How tall is
A
Little
foot?
Scarf?
a foot. Your height hasn't changed, really.
God damn it! I wanted to be taller.
You are literally a tiny
I'm
kitten-like cat, a munchkin cat.
Sorry? 1'2".
Ah! I grew 2 inches.
You are also
Nice.
fluffier, and have a weird craving for fish.
Okay, let me get the image of
Um,
Can we stop for sushi, James?
as you kind of
James
look
isn't
out the
there right now.
look out the cart
James-
back
James!
wagon, seeing James walking down, opening doors, wrapping people's wounds, checking on them.
Here's who you are now.
James, as we jump over to
Oh,
you,
I'm sick as fuck.
as you go down to the first wagon, opening up the door, like side door to the carriage of it, you see, let me pull up my list of names, because I'm on the different sheet for my names. You see Pema Mac kind of standing there, casting and seemingly waving her hands over 2 of her other cohort of dragonkin as they begin to heal. Her hands kind of glowing as she does so. She looks over at you. She looks to have heavy lines under her eyes as if she hasn't been sleeping at all, but most of her scales that have been plucked off seem to have been, at least the wounds have stopped bleeding.
I'll look at her and just nod. We got you out of there as fast as we could.
She looks at you and goes, I didn't even think that we'd make it out of there, I'm gonna be honest. I saw things that... And you just see a distant look as she stares for a moment. She goes,
James is just gonna pat her back gently and go, I understand, and I'm not too fond of the memories of what happened there. We'll get moving after I make sure everybody is at least bandaged up and resting somewhat.
She nods again.
As I'll nod at her and continue down the line. For serious injuries, I will use cure light wounds.
I hate to tell you this. It might be a good thing. Of her 16 members, 4 are clerics.
Oh, thank God. That makes my job a little easier.
Yeah, so you're not
So, and they're all higher level clerics than you, because all regards level 5.
I'm gonna say,
Well, still, it doesn't matter, because if they run out of spell slots for any reason, dealing with 16 members, that's going to burn through a lot of spell slots.
as you kind of go through, you do see each of the wagons seem to kind of have the members healing and working on each other, closing the wounds just enough to stop the bleeding. The rest of her group seems to be very tired, look to be still in somewhat pain, though you're unsure immediately if that pain is psychological or physical, though with the amount of scales being torn out. One of them having managed to cut his whole hand off, and another seemingly who had managed to tear out an eye. The lot don't look in the greatest of shape, but mentally, but seem to be physically all healed as much as they can be.
Back up. Once I go back up to her, I'm gonna tell her that I have some schematics for her when we reach the first town. That she can consider them gifts.
Kind of looks at you and goes, do you feel guilty for what happened? There's no way you could have assumed that would happen.
No, but I'd rather not see good people injured.
Well,
James will give a soft smile and...
She returns it and just looks at you and goes, I don't think you understand. You saved us. We don't expect goodwill, and if anything, we should be paying you back. We would have been dead if that hadn't been any other situation.
Consider it helping me. I need to build 2 more anyways. To help someone else that I promised.
She shrugs. Sure, it's the least I can do. I'd be happy to assist.
With that, everybody taken care of, James will get back up front, and we're going to go at a slower pace to make sure the animals aren't overworked. But keep moving for right now. Unless any of the animals look too tired to continue.
No. I mean, at a slow pace, they seem to jot along. A couple of them seem to give dirty looks every time Melvin kind of sticks his head out into the back to look out towards them. But otherwise, the creatures seem unbothered.
So what's your deal? I asked Zilpit.
What's my deal? What's your
The deal
fucking
was
deal, Stabby McGee?
with Little Scar.
Oh wait, no arguing in the cart. Do not make me make Rollman drive this thing.
Make him drive? I can drive.
No,
I can drive shit you've never heard of.
I don't care.
You see Little Scarf kind of cross his arms.
Jake is being very serious right now. He does not want any arguing with what they just went through. He is processing. Do not start shit.
The animal pulling the cart is mine. Shit. Don't touch him.
I sense your
To be
processing.
fair, Rolliman's the one that started shit.
You keep saying my name wrong. I assume that's that's in
Rolliman?
character. That's in character. Rolliman.
Rolliman?
Pronounce Rollman.
We're saying the same thing. I don't know what's the problem.
Of course, of course.
My deal is that I'm trying to learn. What's your deal?
Met your deal with Little Scarf.
Oh, I gotta. What do you know about deities?
Not much.
James will pipe up. Good amount.
A lot.
You know, there's some little ones and some big ones,
Yeah,
and
some
then
really
there's
big
some
ones.
really, really, really big ones.
Please don't tell him
Man.
about the really, really big ones. Please don't.
You know about the really, really big ones?
I serve
Yeah,
one.
yeah. There's kind of
That
one hunting
makes
me.
so much sense.
And
Wow.
he, as I point at you, is the creation of one. He's the
That actually gives me some ideas about this body.
Most people don't you dare.
Hey, anything I'll do, I'll ask first.
Anyway, most people aren't supposed to know much about the really, really high, so please don't.
Yeah, so there's something that I agreed to do that you're not allowed to know about, Rolliman.
Why don't I get to know?
Ask him. And I point over to Nar.
What the hell, Nar?
I mean, if you,
You
want to
did
be
try to
hunted,
stab him just like
if
a
you want to
day
be,
ago.
if you want to be, hunted for the rest of your life by things that you're never going to be able to fight back against, we can tell you.
Oh, that's fine. Never mind.
As
I
he goes
mean-
back to take care of the child.
You can fight back against them. I can fight back against them.
He can't.
He can?
Not-
Why can't he?
Not now.
He's a
What's
big, strong
now?
boy. Yeah, and
See-
what are you now? Not gonna lie, brother.
Semi-immortal troll that can do a fuck ton of damage to evil.
Cool.
I was told by someone who didn't tell me what they were telling me about, and I was chosen. I'm in this for the long haul. He doesn't have to be.
Word. Do you want to be?
Nah.
Little Scarf just looks up at you, serious eyes, the fluffy face, not at all looking, serious.
I can't wait for you to go to Kez in this body as Zolpip.
So,
I'm not gonna fully steal this body. He's still bound to you.
I flipped a coin to decide this character was male or female. And that would have been funny.
Oh no.
I turn around away from the rest of them and check my parts.
You are male.
I'll be honest, you're not familiar enough with Fella's parts. You're not sure what this is.
I'd rethink that just a sec. Zilpip is super familiar with Fella's parts.
Have you met Fellas?
Uh-huh.
Who?
Zilpip
Oh,
met
Dibbit,
Durali.
that's right, because of the Dibbis thing. Yeah, I forgot about Never
Yeah.
mind. Yep, never
Zilpip
mind.
met Durali, Dibbis.
He's not just familiar
No, he
with their
rebuilt
parts,
Dibbis.
but every part of their anatomy.
As you're kind of looking it over, yes, you are male. I will mention, Nar, as you're playing with the kind of holding the baby there, you do notice something seems to be put like a note or something, like a piece of papyrus seems to have been shoved into the back of the cloth that you keep feeling as it moves around. As you kind of pull it out, you do notice it's looks to be somewhat soiled, but written note of some sort that's been sealed with a strange wax seal. You do recognize this, but you're not sure from where.
Well, first, did I clean the child? Is the child good?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll check the note.
Alright, give me a knowledge nobility to recognize.
Okay. I don't have ranks in it, but I do have all knowledges, so why not?
No.
We'll see.
So like,
Uh,
is your other body still alive or something? What's that whole situation?
15.
Okay.
Uh,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, I was giving you a chance. Go ahead.
Zilpip pauses for like 10 seconds before responding. Whew, yeah. Yeah, other body's still going.
It's got a stab
Lots of
wound
shit
now.
on the other side. By the
Where's
way,
the other side.
um, from Zilpip's perspective, does saying the actual wordage of the place break anything? Should he call it the Dark Continent or whatever?
It's not the Dark Continent. You can call it whatever you like. The term Abaddon seemed to have been used earlier. It was just used in a strange tongue that none the rest of the party recognized.
Oh, gotcha. But he's not like fucking anything up by saying that in this age.
Correct.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm an Abaddon.
Do I know what Abaddon is?
Do I recognize that wordage since I speak Infernal?
Go ahead, both of you, and give me knowledge planes.
Do I as a holder?
Give me a knowledge planes.
Okay.
Go by straight intelligence.
Just do a normal knowledge.
Planes.
Mm-hmm.
13. Not bad for me.
Why not? Not like it's gonna work.
6.
Yeah, no.
Six.
I rolled
Yo,
the highest.
6, 7, 8.
Ah!
Give me a sec.
The only reason I was asking if I recognized the word was because of the Infernal.
Nar, Rolliman, and I are just looking back and forth at each other.
Alright. As you all kind of take a second and think, the term doesn't seem to be recognized amongst any of you. You've never heard of a place like this. It seems almost as if this is a new continent or a new place altogether.
Don't know that one.
Nar is preoccupied. He looks incredibly conflicted at the note that he's reading.
Nar, are you okay back there?
No.
What's
Whose
wrong?
baby is that?
Well, first, I don't know. As he folds up the note and puts it away. However, we might have to make a detour.
So where?
Is someone important? That's crazy.
Well, the child was supposed to go to the Gloomlands.
Why?
I don't know. Just what the letter said. And, well, alongside the name of the child, which is even more concerning. Well, their last name is Mei Jing.
James
Beijing?
will freeze for a moment.
Yeah.
I see.
What color fur is that child?
White.
Wasn't it white?
Yeah, it was white.
Yeah,
Does
white
it
fur.
look slightly like a panther?
Nar, give me a,
Do I know what a panther is? Do I know what a panther
give me a knowledge local to see if you can tell enough of a difference between the Rakshasa races. Like, sub-races.
Alright. You know, Lil Scarf's the one with high knowledge local, but
Well,
sure.
It's Zilpip right now.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, I
Little
almost rolled
Zilpip,
that.
what do you mean?
I love
Little
that.
Zilpip.
Lil Pip.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Lil Pip. No. Lil Scarf.
Your mama. How about that?
Damn.
Got him. Devastating.
As you kind of take a second to look down at the little figure, you're not 100% sure. It could be. The creature looks to be definitely full Rakshasa. It's too small and fluffy at this point, Dell. The only thing you're sure is it doesn't have a lion's mane. But then again, even small lion cubs don't have lion's manes, so you're kind of conflicted as you stare at the creature.
What is a panther? As I look at James.
Doesn't matter. It has the last name of
We're not dropping the
Meijing.
child off in the Gloomlands, not without confirming with the Meijing clan.
I look back at where we're not going back to, where the first city was, and I look back at James.
We'll continue forward, get the ship, go back. 'Cause we have to go back anyways.
And if the child is supposed to be delivered soon and we miss the deadline,
The Gloomlands?
yes.
The Gloomlands are months away by regular travel. So,
Yes.
doing it this way, we'll still make it in time.
What time are you talking about?
If there's a time limit, we're still likely to beat it this way.
What does going back to the other city make it faster to getting to the Meijing clan? I talked to R.
Oh my god.
Rollman's very special.
They're going to
The
city
Meijing
where
clan is the ruling
I
clan.
was alluding, out of character, that if he wants to go confirm, we have to go all the way forward, all the way back, and then slingshot into the Gloomlands.
Oh, you meant to confirm that it's Meijing. Okay.
Yes.
I thought you meant like getting there to go just to the Gloomlands. Like that doesn't
No.
make it faster at all.
Nar just stared at Rollman.
Is there someone at the say we're going to that can confirm it for us, or do we have to go back to
I don't know. I haven't been there in 70 years.
We haven't been there at all, in their travels either, Rollman, so we won't know. And with
All we know
Zilfik
is
and Little Scarf combined right now, I'm unsure of gathering information with him.
Well, it's up to you, party leader.
James will take a deep breath and sigh before retelling the vision he had just before the events happened back at the city. That might be the last shield of the Meijing.
Okay.
Then I'll raise the child. I can raise a strong child.
I'd rather not see it serve whatever that symbol was.
I'm more than willing to raise a child.
Regardless, that's why I would like to check with the Meijing clan to make sure that it's supposed to go there and wasn't just kidnapped.
I have a feeling it was kidnapped, but yeah, I don't know.
Can I? Because I feel like I could push it back together, show the house seal that was on that I didn't recognize.
Yeah, as you kind of put it back together and show, or kind of looking at it.
James probably knows nobility better than I do.
I'll look at it. Do I recognize it right offhand?
Give me a knowledge nobility. Yep, that don't work. I'll give. Oh, okay.
18.
That works. I was saying, that don't work. I'll give you. Was I scared shitless roll by this house? Because at this point, that's actually becoming a list. You, as you look at the symbol, it seems strange. It's what looks to be a blackened or like a blackened ink mark with a coin-like design to it, but it has the K, 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 and then what looks to be a brain behind it, kind of pushed in. You've never seen this sigil before.
It's not the clan of Meijing, then.
It is not the Meijing clan's right. Mark, you are 100% sure about that.
That tells me that this child was either kidnapped or sold, and I'd rather make sure which we're doing.
Don't worry. I'll make the lawful decision when the time comes.
So, are you still going to argue for returning back, knowing that this is not the Meijing clan symbol?
Yes.
I'm overruling it.
No.
Well, as we go, I guess.
Now, James, are you still having the wagons moving at this point, or is this like while letting the animals rest, just to clarify?
We'd be resting intermittently as the animals seem to tire out, so...
As you lot are having this conversation... What?
He said when the animals tire out and the animals are not tired, correct?
Well, I mean, Melvin ran them like hell on the first bit, so intermittent slowing down and coming to a stop. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep things moving, but we're definitely going at a much slower pace.
As the hours kind of go on, as you lot are talking about this and discussing, thinking, okay, coming to a point where you kind of come to a stop and sit back to look at the seal for a moment, hearing the animals kind of out in the front, having found what looks to be some sort of a mixture of water, kind of shrouded by a couple of large rocks that Pema seems to have pointed out, or kind of pointed out towards. As you lot kind of come to a rest, letting the mounts grab water and drinking, you hear the sound of three individual voices quite loudly talking. Almost, it sounds like it's coming from above you as you look up towards the large red rocks that surround the watering hole.
I have my axe at the ready right now. James is jumpy.
Nar's got a baby in his hands. Nar messaged me. Never mind.
Baby's not in his hands anymore.
The baby's back in the wool, in the mithril.
Nope.
I would have said that would have been under the knowledge nobility earlier. So from that, I would say you wouldn't have any true understanding to it.
What language are they speaking? Just common?
Oh yeah. You kind of catch little bits without even a listen check of, I can't believe you went and dispelled a shield that had a creature in it. I can't believe one of the creatures was a demon. And you hear the last one sound kind of chuckling loudly as he goes, I can't believe we all died.
You goddamn bastards!
Do we know about the shield or anything, though, James?
I saw the shield.
Oh, did
You
you?
saw
I
the
saw
shield that was
shield.
broken and a creature standing outside of it.
The same shield that you saw the individual who was fighting the creature fight with it. As you shout this out, you see a kind of grayish, large, bald head stick kind of poke over the top of a about 30-foot tall rock, and look down towards you lot. Pema and her group kind of like are working about cleaning themselves up, wrapping up, changing bandages as you kind of start to disembark, stretching your legs, shouting this up, James. The figure looks down at you and goes, "Wait, are you the guys who are above us?"
I calm down, James.
Nearly got all of us fucking killed.
Kind of looks back and you see as two other figures kind of step over towards the edge. You see about a 20-foot tall, as you realize, ogre kind of standing, wearing nothing but what looks to be almost a simple piece of cloth covering just around his chest and midsection, carrying a large club on his back. A small, completely jet black phallus-like figure that looks to be about the same height as Little Scarf, with bright green eyes and a bright green 10-foot tall, hard to tell if it's male or female looking creature of what looks to be almost living embodiment of green flame, a Genasi-like figure kind of sticking their head over.
Do any of them have any equipment just right offhand other than the club?
The Genasi is wearing what looks to be a necklace of coins that seem to have strange emblems each on them, though they are made of gold. That kind of catches your attention, as well as wearing full plate and a massive tower shield on their back, and a large sword that you can clearly see has in common, and I mean this specifically, dispel magic, please. And then the last one of the small fellas, you see what looks to be a bow on their back, a bunch of daggers, pretty clearly kind of strewn across their chest in a bandolier, as well as what looks to be and can easily be heard the sounds of sloshing liquids of a bunch of potions around their belt.
Greetings.
James is gonna take
How
a
are you all
deep
doing?
breath. Get down here. I'm not too much mad at you, just angry at the situation.
The large figure kind of hearing Roman looks over and goes, kind of from the top and goes, "Your friend's not really all that nice, is he?"
He's a bit
No.
irritating, though.
And looks over at Nar, sitting Nar, and kind of looks back to Lottie and goes, if you don't mind, we're going to stay up here where we won't be attacked. As you seem kind of angry. What'd you say your name was?
Roll
My
him
name's
and I'll give a bow.
James.
He kind of sees Rollman giving a bow. Hears James shout his name up and kind of nods and goes, "Ah, I'm Rutley. That's Spezza. And the green flame genasi over there is Glame. Don't ask why. Ah, you lot didn't happen to fight and kill a giant angry demon, did you?"
No, we had to run away from it because it drove, as I gesture to the rest of the caravan, all of them mad.
Okay, you hear some
Not
whispering.
me though.
Melvin pokes his head out, looking up. Rutley kind of taken back by surprise and leans in and starts whispering to the other two. And then kind of leans back over for a moment and goes, I must ask, do you happen to see a shield? Was it broken?
Very much so.
You see him kind of lean back in a little bit more, sounds of whispering. And
James is putting his hammer axe away at this point. He's frustrated at these people, but he's not angry anymore. It seems like they're just made a mistake.
You see the ogre kind of looks back again and goes, we apologize. We were trying to take down this fellow who introduced himself as Grandpa. Grandpa Morin, said he was gonna kill us. Managed to kill my compatriot here. Spezza was, previously a bit of a larger, Rakshasa. Thankfully we have some coins that allow us to come back, in dire situations. Didn't make it out of there with our own lives, unfortunately.
I'll nod. Sounds like you had a run-in with someone of Jakik's crew.
Wait, you know who that is?
He once worked for us.
No, what? Not
What?
Jakik.
Not Jakik.
Grandpa
Not Jakik.
did.
Yeah, but he
He's
said
talking
you
about
said you know
Jakik.
Jakix, and you said he worked for us.
Well,
Yeah, you
Jakik
said that.
worked. Okay, correction. James will correct that. Jakik didn't work for us. Grandpa did.
He nods and goes, would you be interested in... Are you a merchant company by chance? As he kind of changes the subject.
I an adventuring merchant company.
Ironheart Merchant Company.
Wait, do one of you know a gal named Teluasi?
I gesture, I nod. I know her, and Rolliman here knows her intimately. He knows her intimately.
Fucking kick James.
Dude, you feel up one point
I
of
looked
that
up at
non-lethal
you.
damage as you
Hold
feel
out.
your knee is kind of kicked to the side.
I kick your knee out.
I
You're
look-
gonna fucking fall.
I'm gonna catch myself, look back, and go, "You're the one that I now have to put. We have to put money aside for a fucking hoard for your kid. Don't
Keep your
blame
loud
me."
mouth. We're just meeting strangers right now.
You see Rutley kind of whispers down to his other two, seem to be giggling, and he kind of looks back and goes, you're really forthcoming with information, aren't you?
Yes.
If you want to hold James here, I can go talk to them.
I apologize, Rolliman. Anyways, why do you ask?
We have an item that we're trying to get rid of, and we'd love to sell it. No one's been willing to match a price for it. Powerful item. Seems to have to do with the fella that we were encountering. We'd like to get rid of it, mostly because so far it's brought us nothing but extreme pain, and disinterest from anybody willing to help us. So, if you're
Well, we
interested,
If
I
it's
see it.
extreme pain.
it's worth a lot of money for some reason. It's just no one has been full enough to guard the damn thing.
How high is this thing they're on?
About, like I said, about 30-ish feet up.
Roman, can you hold the child?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll hold the child.
All right, Rollman, give me a diplomacy check to see if the child what the child does.
Okay.
James, you might have to help.
Am I good with kids? Let's find out.
It's the first chance to see if Rollman's got the dad gene already going for him.
If this is where he not ones or something similar.
Yeah. 20.
Okay, he's good.
As you look down at the baby Rollman, the kid seems to smile up at you. It seems to giggle, fart, and then it continues to rumble as it empties its bowels once more.
Look, can I come up and see the item?
Rutley looks at you, kind of looks down at James and over to Melvin. What was Zebral's caster level? I forget.
Zabros castle?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Fucking
wasn't
high.
it
Oh,
Wasn't
never
it like
mind. It
12?
doesn't matter. I did not roll high enough. As you see Rutley kind of like stares at you for a moment, Melvin looking you up and down. You can feel his eyes looking at you. He kind of pauses, then looks back over at Nar and goes, "Sure, yeah. Come on up. Your friend there, though, seems off. Strange."
No, I know he's weird. As I'll start climbing.
Melvin is strange.
As you climb up, you do see the three kind of stand there. They don't draw their weapons immediately, but you do notice the fellas seems to go for keep their hands near their daggers. The club on the larger ogre individual who introduced himself as Rutley seems to still be slightly in his hand, as he kind of seems to hold one hand behind his back, but doesn't seem to draw the weapon off of it.
Oh, don't worry. I can't attack you, or I'd lose all my powers unless you attacked me first.
Rutley kind of looks at you for a second, and Spezza kind of gives a nod, and Rutley looks back at you and goes, "Oh, okay, I thought you were going to be lying to us, Jesus.
I can't lie.
We got tricked to go down there. We got told that the quest was to kill a slime that had found its way into the area underneath the abandoned city. That wasn't a slime, and that was an entire city of slavers."
You didn't realize once you walked in? We realized it was a horrible place once we entered.
Walked in, we came in from the Underdark.
Ah,
We've been running
we
for our
entered
lives.
from the city above and realized they were eating people.
We didn't even know there was a town until a hole got blown up into the ground. I saw the last thing I saw before rocks collapsed on me.
Yes, the explosion. Sorry about that.
I mean, to be honest, given what we unleashed, I think that no apology is necessary in this situation.
I was kind of trying to kill as many cannibals as I could.
He nods and goes, "I must ask, did you lot..." And he kind of starts fishing into this bag of holding. He pulls out, give me a second to pull it up. What looks to be a simple black wooded staff, like fully solid jet black, with a little black orb that seems to float around the top of it, then kind of starts to split up into little smaller orbs that seem to kind of float around like a solar system. As he kind of holds this out for a second, he goes, "We stole this off of a guy, I think his name's Crump Senior, some stupid name. Our friend managed to grab it off of him when we found him meeting with another individual that was around some elephants. We snuck it into our bag, hid it, and ran for it.
Crump Senior.
Yes, I think that was his name. Crump, Trump, Drum. I don't know, something weird.
Crump Senior was there at the town.
You kind of see him look over at the other two, and they seem to kind of like nod, almost in affirmation. And he looks at you and goes, "Yeah, we figured something out, and we think we've stepped into something worse than we want to, so we're stepping out of it by leaving these lands." He kind of holds out the staff to you as he goes to you and looks at you and goes,
I'd say I'll reach for the staff as he's holding out, and I'll say to him, "Do you need somewhere far from the J6 nonsense? At least as far as possible."
"We have an idea. One of our members here, she's a bit more capable in the natural arts. We're going to go and do some research in the Anvil's lands here soon. We're hoping to learn a bit more information about what was going on with these undead creatures. We figure he's the closest thing to a druid grove we're probably going to find that'll have information."
I suppose that's fair. There are very few lands where J6's people aren't welcomed. At least, less welcome than others.
We figure that might be our first start to go there, is the Anvil. Haven't heard of anything
The
bad
Anvil's
happening up
isolated.
there.
I know everyone, a few nations tied to the Frost Giants outright refuse to let him or his people come anywhere nearby.
He nods. "Yeah, we've heard of a few of the others, but both of them's got an attack coming in his lands, as we've already figured out, and we're not getting involved into it."
I suppose that's fair. So what's the staff do?
Looks at you. You see him kind of look down to his party mates, and as they both kind of shake their head no, and he looks up at you and goes, Be honest with you, I've no idea. There's a voice that comes off of it when you sleep. Says something about 100 worlds, all the magic in the world, some arcane library. I don't know. It tried to reach out to us, but unfortunately, none of us are that gifted with the arcane arts, nor do we have an interest in it. Didn't do much.
All right. For the sake of sparing you from being hunted and being part of this, how much you want?
The item's worth about 300,000 gold pieces. We want about 200,000. And we'll get us started out of here and away from that scary creature. But on top of the gold for that, we have planned to offer, with this item, some information on what that item was, as we did learn something before. As you see him look to the other two with a grimace and a slight anger in his eyes as he looks back at you, before it was shattered.
Oh, it'll wipe me out, but I'm willing.
Is your party trustworthy?
I haven't had a problem with them, at least in terms of trust. Then again, I've only known them so long.
None of them are aboleths in disguise, correct?
I hope not. I stare at him.
Roll it all along.
I really hope
God
not.
damn it, Rollman. Your disguise, it's finally wearing off. The face needs
I love Wolf messaged me at the exact time as I say that, and he says, I am, and I'm like, wait a minute, what?
I don't think.
He kind of looks at you and goes, we had a bad run-in with some aboleths early on. I lost one of my parties to it. The item is yours as far as it goes. From what I can tell you of what it does, I think it's some sort of magic arcane staff. I think it's something from a period that we don't know much of. I know it keeps saying and calling out for someone else to use it. I don't know what the name is. It just keeps saying, he kind of looks at you and goes, I think it said plethora, something.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure I'll figure it out. It's fine.
He hands you the staff. As he does, you see as what starts as 9 orbs floating around a single large one, then shrinks down to 8 orbs as one of them seems to absorb into the center as you take hold.
Did it lose an orb when one of you grabbed it?
Kind of looks at you and looks at the other two, and they all shake their head almost unanimously no.
Strange.
We don't know. The only information we've gained as he takes the gold, he goes, is with the item is it seems to be really angry whenever it gets closer to the Gloomlands. We were going that way, and it seems to have gained in more intensity as we move that direction. We stopped moving west, stopped getting angry. Or at least what I think was angry. Kind of looks at you. The shield though, there was something we caught that was strange. It had the depiction a center gemstone on it before we cracked it. He kind of looks at you for a second, and you see him almost pause for a moment and goes, do you think we should be telling your whole party this, or are you able to explain this to them?
I can explain it after.
He nods and goes, the gemstones seem to be carved in a way to display 9 creatures attacking a 10th. Looked like they were all coming at it. This creature looked to be massive and looked to be tearing down the heavens itself, tearing down gods by chains around their throat as it looked to be depicted at the same time. All I can imagine is whatever that creature is that came out of it, if from what we were able to gather, and he looks over at the Fellas again, and you see her kind of nod up and down and almost an affirmative to continue, and he goes, We think that the creatures that once ruled over the world might be some ancient demons or something. These items might be what sealed most of them away and caused the supposed creation of this another plane, but we're not 100% sure the mural we found was shattered into a lot of pieces. It was hard to put things together, as well as when we're being attacked by undead elephants.
Did Roloman's sword have a similar depiction? Anything like that?
It just had a thing. It was a blue gem in the handle. It was like a face, not a face, or it was a face, I think, right?
It was a
It
face,
wasn't a
yeah.
depiction of anything.
Yeah.
It wasn't a depiction of anything. So.
No, it just looked like a random demonic-like creature.
Yeah.
Yes, more ancient than right now. Yes. As he continues and goes, the only thing we've gathered, we think, and this is a theory, is that we think there were once creatures that were powerful enough to fight the gods that just walked the mortal plane, slaving mortals, bending them to their will. An ultimate balancing act, but it makes no sense that something like that would exist and then vanish. From the depictions we've seen, it seems like they started fighting each other as much as they started fighting everything above them. Some sort of reign of supremacy that caused a lot of these issues.
We might have less time than we think.
Kind of looks at you, one eyebrow raised at that, and you see the other two kind of hyperventilating a little bit at that.
Not like that. Calm down. A couple of the nations, one specifically, have suddenly taken interest in ancient artifacts, ancient items.
He nods.
It's kind of concerning. It's around the same time that this is suddenly happening.
Well, if that's correct, then that mural may be right. As he kind of nods and goes, something's supposed to crack and break and supposed to free those creatures here soon.
Huh.
Though we don't have a god nor a church that we've been able to gather the info from them. We were going to head back to the Meijing clan's city, the Mana's Grove. We heard there was a worshipper of Calthun there who could probably give us information. He's rumored to have an artifact of similar power.
Oh no.
Oh god damn it.
Shit.
Does Nar say this?
Yes. Yeah.
You see, he kind of the ogre kind of looks at you with a concern on his face as you mention that, and goes looks kind of back down to your party, a little bit of panic now in his eyes. That's very visible, and he looks back at you and goes, "You're not carrying more than one of these items by chance, are you?"
I'm not.
You see him kind of swallow deeply and goes, the only thing we've learned that we are 100% sure of is if these items come in contact with each other, and they are parallel to each other, it will break their seals. It seems to... As he kind of looks at the staff and kind of looks back at his party member and then goes, alright, you can't tell your friends this, but we did something embarrassing.
Okay.
He looks down at Glame and goes, at the Genasi and goes, we decided to take the staff and tie it to the hammer to see what it would do if we smashed it against the shield when we attacked. That's what we think may have accidentally cracked the gem and managed to break it. We're also not sure why the staff didn't break, and that's what's got us so scared, is we think the staff might be stronger. If there's a ranking to these creatures, we don't want to find out.
I'll make sure this staff doesn't touch that sword. I will tell you, however, that worshiper Calthun probably knows things. When we entered, I think Calthun himself started talking to us.
He looks at you and kind of raises an eyebrow and goes, gods don't speak to you. That's strange.
They do. Mine has. Others have.
He kind of looks at you, a little a raised eyebrow, and then looks back at Glame for a second and goes, your god could have told us this shit this entire time. And you see his nose is flaring up. He is not happy.
No, they have restrictions, I think.
Oh, thank the gods. Oh, I thought Ella Ugbo just hated us.
Oh.
Well, Ella Ugbo
Lost a lot of followers.
Did Saturday learn that?
Nope.
Yes, we did.
Oh,
we did learn that she lost a lot of followers from the Meijing clan.
We learned from Bright Eyes. Bright Eyes told us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ella Ugbo is, well, I think her strongest follower is weaker than a guard captain at this point. They kind of got raided.
We know.
Yeah.
As he nods.
Anyway, I think most of the gods are restricted to an extent. I wasn't expecting him to talk to me, though. His follower was sleeping when he was. But they probably know something, considering they had the weapon and they offered it so readily.
Kind of looks at you, and there's a moment of contemplation as he nods and goes, I think maybe it'd be best if we step away from this kind of quest on our own terms. I think there's missions more better suited for our abilities, as he kind of starts to pack up his stuff, grabbing his gear, as the other two seem to usher to do the same, and goes, I appreciate you giving us this information. If we learn anything else, we managed to get one of these strange crystals working between us. We stole it off of a fellow we found in the Underdark. He was dead already, technically, to be fair, and there was no one to claim the body. It seems to be some way to communicate between long distances. If we can help each other, I don't see why not. As he kind of holds out a crystal that looks to be blue or bluish in coloration.
He's trying to hand it to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll take it. Yeah.
Nods and goes, if you get one of those world news crystals that they designed, you can push these things into it and communicate, so long as the other seems to have them pushed in. From my understanding, you can get them in Mana's Grove.
We already have one.
Yeah, we have one already.
It looks at you with kind of a little bit of a surprised look in his face, not really hidden, as he nods and goes, that explains how you could afford the gold.
Yes. Please, as long as what you need is not evil, I'd be more than willing to assist if you ever need it.
He nods, and goes, as he holds out his hand and goes, I appreciate it, friend.
I'll shake his hand.
As you shake his hand, he kind of seems to firmly grasp your hand and let go, as they seem to kind of pull in the rest of them pull in their gear and turn and start heading off. They start heading what looks to be west. Kind of going a bit more north, as they seem to be looking like they're going to start to circle around the town and give it pretty good wide berth.
I will climb back down now with a staff, probably on my back.
Mm-hmm.
So what'd you get?
Well, first and most importantly, never let your sword, the one you got, come into contact with this staff.
Okay.
I will say,
Why?
Nar, as you stop focusing on the staff and start climbing down, I need an a will save, please.
You've been chosen.
I'm the chosen one.
You are the chosen one.
What's your alignment, Nar?
Lawful neutral.
Okay.
Hasn't changed. I will say, if my alignment changes, I have to drop the character because I lose my class.
33.
All right. You feel your mind for a moment pulled away, but it seems to weaken as you climb down, managing to keep your mind.
I just mutter to the staff, if you want to talk later, I'd be more than willing.
So, why? Might I ask? I wasn't going to sunder any weapons, but I'm just curious now.
Well, how do you think the one in the... Well, I suppose... James, you saw the shield, right?
Yeah, it was pretty well shattered.
This, as I point the staff, plus shield equals freed creature.
Okay.
They
told
used
me-
the staff to hit
They
shield.
told me the shield had a depiction of 9 creatures that were demons or demon-like attacking one creature, and apparently they offhandedly mentioned a Church of Calthun that had one of the weapons.
We may be
It's like, look at
taking a
both.
trip to Utham's Land then to unload these
We-
weapons.
We are carrying the weapon, as I just look at
I
Roland.
see.
So there is a probably demon in your sword.
I knew there was a demon,
I-
right?
Yes, but it's comparable to that thing we just saw.
Yeah, I get that. Okay,
Yes.
that's a bit...
I will say, Roland has not let that sword out of his hand this entire time.
Roland,
I
can
know.
you sheath that thing, please?
I'll put
Try
it away.
again.
You can't.
I can't?
Nope.
You wanna
Once
give
you
me a roll
fail, you can't go back to it. It's a permanent thing. It's just a step-by-step process here.
Damn.
You slowly are going to either be taken over, or you'll slowly stay at this permanent stage.
Damn.
The only thing
Alright,
Rollerman
why
seems
not?
to be able to do is to be able to put the sheath on it, but his hand has to stay on the handle.
I guess you won't be having any more intimate visitors since you're stuck like that.
I could cut off my own hand.
That is true. There are ways to get hand replacements.
If it becomes necessary, I'll do it. But it's not. It doesn't seem necessary to me right now.
I'd much rather. We're gonna have to try and figure out how to stop that and get rid of these things because we can't deal with this. I don't think.
No. If it makes another one of those.
They also mentioned something about if items of opposites come in contact of the set, they both shatter. So your sword has an
guessing
opposite in the set.
They
somewhere.
mean by alignment,
Well, he did say there were 9 of them, and
which means that. Roland, yours. The priest said that yours is meant to slay the good.
Okay.
he said it was a holy sword and it did good damage. Which means it's made to slay evil, because most evil creatures have good resistance.
Oh, you're right.
Good
I
damage.
apologize.
No,
I'm
how
up.
far away are you standing from Rollerman about?
Fucking, I'm not going closer than 60 feet with this goddamn staff.
Okay.
This
Just curious.
but
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you plan to do with that staff then?
stay away from you until we get rid of that weapon, and then we'll figure out what it is, what it does, and how it
I
ties to everything.
can come over to you and identify it, but I'm worried about.
Well, I wouldn't recommend touching it.
That's what I was going to say. I might,
It's
if you feel comfortable trying to utilize a scroll, I can scribe one up probably
I do.
tomorrow.
I'll let you know. The staff's already tried something once with me.
Okay.
I don't know what it was doing, but it was trying something.
Would you rather me scribe up the scroll then tonight and... Well, actually, no, I'd need
please-
to rest.
Please do. Apparently, it whispers to you when you sleep.
You'll be sleeping separate from me, just to be safe, just in case it
Why
tries
do you
to
think
tempt
I'm
me to grab
standing
it.
over?
As he shouts from the other side of the watering hole, they're just kind of watching as the two have this shouting. Are shouting at each other.
I'll get to scribing the scroll. I'm not sending little Zilpip over to give it to you. I don't trust him near these things.
Near what?
Nothing.
Nothing. Never mind. Pay attention to the water. It looks pretty.
No, those are really cool items y'all got there.
Here's what we'll do, James. You'll walk over while I walk away when the scroll's ready. You'll put it on the floor and walk away, and then I'll go back and use the scroll.
All right. Well, then I'll get to scribing this down.
Okay.
I brought the materials for it.
It's all
So I'm just gonna sit with like the staff in my lap because apparently if I look away from it, it attacks. So I'm just gonna stare at the staff.
James will get to scribing down a scroll of identify.
Melvin,
It's
you
not
do
one of his
hear a
prep
voice
spells.
in your head, by the way. I just sent you something.
The staff.
You try to steal my staff, I swear.
No. It's just the fact that I had a question from someone else, so I wanted to make sure that got sent.
Can I see that?
No.
As Melvin kind of comes around the large watering hole,
Stay
walking
back.
over to you.
Please.
No, stay back. Because I'll keep backing up. I know I'm faster than Melvin. I knew it.
Can I touch it?
No.
As suddenly little Zilpip appears right behind you as you are now kind of
Oh,
cornered.
absolutely not.
Are you climbing up the rock face once more?
I'm just playing a dodging game with these two.
What if I told you little handkerchief wants to touch it?
Little Scarf likes to touch everything, even if it doesn't go well.
Scarf. Little scarf. Yes.
I've seen him steal socks off an orc's feet once. He'll touch anything.
As Nar just holds the staff in the air above him, as both Melvin and little Zilpip look up
I'm
at it
holding it.
longingly.
As high as
Now we're
possible.
gonna set
I'll
up
run-
camp here, I guess.
Okay. As the other group
Make
just starts
this
setting up
roll.
camp with James, as he just turns and just sighs and goes about his business as Nar continues to hold the staff up in the air.
After an
I look at
hour, I'll bring
Melvin.
over the scroll and make sure he's where he can get to it
No, no worries.
without having to bend over.
I look at Melvin. Melvin, if we gang up on him, we can get it.
I mean, the good news is holding it up in the air isn't really going to prevent it from me.
As Melvin slowly starts just floating upwards.
All right, that's it. Melvin, what are you? I'm tired of it.
As Roman just turns
No, ever.
across to the other leg, glares and shouts us out.
I hold up my sword to Melvin. Other sword, the not evil one.
As you
Thank you.
try to
Melvin.
pull the other sword out, give me a will save.
Motherfucker.
The sword is very jealous. What do you mean? You want to do that concentration again?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a climb check as well for Nar.
14.
I'm not climbing. I'm running into the desert.
You're surrounded by rocks, and on either side you have Melvin or a Zilpip.
Alright.
14. Rolliman, as you try to pull the other sword out, you feel yourself that hand going back to the other sword, the one that is that your current other hand is already on, and you find yourself withdrawing that with both hands.
Okay. Can I let go with one hand?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Good.
Nar begins to climb up faster as Melvin starts to float. As he climbs up the sides of the rock to get away from you both, going to
I
the top.
dimension door to the top.
Is dimension door? Hold up.
4th level.
Oh, yes. Okay.
How high is it?
It is 30 feet up to the top of the rock.
I'll activate my tattoo to gain the maneuver I did last time, and I'll teleport up there. Away a distance from Nar, but
Alright, yeah. As
not directly next to him.
as Nar starts climbing, Melvin's beginning to float. Little Zilpip basically teleporting through the ground and appearing right up on top of the rock where Nar's climbing up to. Rollman getting over to one of the side rocks and teleporting up there. The group, a lot of you find yourselves now on top of these rocks as James seems to just look up and I imagine just kind of sigh and go back to his work.
James will say, "Knock it off," as he goes back to his work.
James, give me a
Not so
spellcraft
well.
in the back for your spell scroll making.
Melvin, what are you?
I'm a wizard. I told you.
Answer the question. You know I'm asking, or I'm gonna slice you.
I could teach you some better spells than you know, man. For a
You talking to me?
wizard, I don't see you cast a lot.
This is taking time,
It's
guys.
gonna take James a little bit. Well, Nar's now again holding the thing up in the air, trying to keep it away from Melvin.
Okay, and I know Melvin can float. I will jump off this rock if I have to.
Is Melvin gonna answer my question?
I did.
Melvin, you're not. No, what is he right now? Is he a
Snowbeard currently.
snowbeard?
Beard.
Yeah, I'd
No
assume.
snowbeards can float. Zilput mentioned earlier, beholder. What are you?
I just told you I'm a wizard.
All right, I'm cutting.
You've never
Melvin.
seen somebody cast fly before?
Can I check if he's casting a spell right now?
Yeah. Give me a spellcraft check.
I'm attacking Melvin.
You're gonna attack Melvin. Okay, give it a second. Because you will have to charge. We'll have to have you two roll initiative for this.
You're attacking Melvin?
He's not answering my question.
Okay.
19.
19.
Word.
Nar, it does appear that...
Oh, sorry, 20.
20. Oh,
Air
20.
modifier than I thought.
At 20, okay, it does appear that what the spell that you recognize that give me a second, I'm just pulling it up. Melvin is casting. It's not Featherfall, they keep saying. It is. It seems to be Levitate from what he's casting on himself, and keeps telling you a different spell. It's clearly that from his spell as almost his feet start to light up, giving a slight glimpse of the runes that seem to be showing on them.
I think I have. So I recognize the effect seems to be levitate.
Yes. The spell, from your
Right.
understanding, is levitate.
Because I wanted to check, because I have ranks in Knowledge Arcana, if he's actually casting anything. He's doing the effect, but
Yeah, I'll take a Knowledge Arcana or a.
I've seen James. I've seen James enough to know you gotta do funky hand signs and stuff to cast spells.
Or I'll take that or a Wisdom check to see. Yeah. And then after that, I'll take an initiative from each of the players, minus James, who's down there trying his desperate best to craft.
18.
Look, scribing a scroll is 1 hour per level. This is a first level spell.
As you take a second kind of looking at Melvin, you can see he is moving his hands in weird ways as he is floating up. He seems to always move his hands in strange ways. It's not natural to anything you've seen of casters, but, I mean, it matches to what you'd expect of someone moving about. You also see his mouth moving in weird ways, though the words don't always match. It seems to be that, yeah, he just casts. He's just a weird caster. You're not sure where he learned his casting, but it seems to be off.
Well, apparently eating people is in this land, so I'm going to assume that fighting is legal, and I'm just not part of it, so I'm going to jump down away with my staff.
Alright.
Initiative rolls?
Yep.
Lawful neutral, I'm not doing
I
anything
roll
illegal.
initiative too.
Bro.
Are you going after Nar's staff still?
Yes and no.
Nice, bro.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, yes, I am in general.
Okay. Then yes,
Yeah,
I
just
will.
made his
I will
thing.
need Nar and a little scarf to give me initiative rolls as well.
Nice roll, Melvin.
Damn, Melvin.
Right.
Well, then you're welcome to knock him out at this point. No killing. I'm going to be pissed at this point.
Not 2028.
Okay.
As always.
9.
All right. What's little scarf's initiative modifier?
It's the same, plus 8. It's the
Okay.
Oh, so 12.
12. Okay. Hey, you still go before Rollerman.
Yeah, I rolled a 3. This is.
All
We've
right.
learned initiative. We've learned that role.
All right. As we go to the top of the initiative, Nar, you said you were jumping down. Go ahead and give me a jump check, and then
I'm
tumble.
getting far away as I can. Fucking
Leap.
Leap of faith.
I
I didn't expect party combat to be combat to be amongst the party hitting each other.
Look,
I can get my reasoning if you want me to, but there's.
I will still
there's
expect
no
that
reason
paper
why.
before the end of the weekend. You have a homework assignment now.
16 jump.
16 jump. Okay.
Yours.
So you're going to be making about 15 feet forward and then tumble.
23 tumble.
All right. As you come to a landing, you manage to roll quite comfortably to the ground as you land in a little bit of water. Bit of mud on your face and body, but it's cooling as you kind of come to a standing up. All right. That will end your turn with the 2 actions. Melvin, you are up. As you see Rollerman charging at you with his blade in hand. He's about 20 feet from you, in front of you right now. Oh, give him a minute. Melvin muted himself. Oh, never mind. Nope, you're good.
I was like, oh, I'm here. Let me see.
Your
I think
TV
I
went
know.
off in the background, and I was like, wait a minute. The wizard's got to look through his spells. It's been 2 weekends since he's been here.
Mhm.
What you thinking, Melvin?
So, what for a spell touch attack? What do I add to it? Spell level and or something else, or is it just basic?
I think
attack
spell
bonus?
touch is D20 plus dex, technically.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it was changed to be D20 plus your spellcasting modifier because that
Yeah,
made
we were allowing, so
Mhm.
intelligence in this case.
And then do I get the base attack bonus added on as well?
For touch attack, for spell touch attacks, I don't think you do.
Okay.
No, because that'd be only for if you're physically attacking someone.
Mm-hmm.
How good can you bend magic to touch things?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question.
10.
Not as good as James with actual physical attacks.
For a touch attack, that does not hit.
Really? I'm surprised.
Nope.
All right.
I have 14 touch AC.
That's your first spell, Melvin, as you haven't moved.
And then right after that, I'm just going to drop straight down.
He just lets the levitation go as you watch him drop 30
wave
feet.
a little bit as I drop.
Give me a tumble check as you drop to the ground.
Okay.
Unless you plan to float at the bottom, which will be a concentration.
Yeah, I would probably do that, like start floating right before I impact.
That's probably a good idea.
Then yeah, I'll take a concentration to see if you can manage to regain the spell. Spell, air quotes.
7.
7. As you drop, you find yourself falling to the ground, and as you get to the very moment to right above the ground, you manage to catch yourself. However, as you do, you still take 1d6 for damage for dropping the feet too fast. You take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you come to a rest on the ground, manage to fully float yourself up. The impact on the knees or your tentacles as you feel it is a little bit more than you were expecting as you come to stop too slow. But as you get yourself back to floating slightly off the ground, you are back to it. That ends your turn, I believe, because that's an attack and a drop. Yep. Perfect. Little Zopip.
I'm going to yell, "Please let me touch it!"
Just gonna roll a sense motive for the rest of the people listening that aren't in this fight. Some of them are confused. Some are concerned. Others seem to understand what's going on. All right. As you
And
shout
all of
that
them
out,
understand why James is not getting involved.
as you shout that out, Nar does not seem to even look back towards you, I imagine.
Please do not touch it.
It'll just be real quick. I could really use it where I'm at.
It does things when people touch it. Don't.
I might need it.
All right. Are you going after it? Or are you just going to shout at him from the top of the rocks? Because if you want to try to convince him, I'll let you roll a diplomacy versus his.
Trust me, that's not a
I know you won't win because I
That's
don't
not
think
a-
Will Scarf's built for it.
thing I'm gonna win.
Yeah. It's hard to beat a paladin at diplomacy skills. You ain't wrong.
Yeah.
Especially a paladin built for diplomacy.
Yep. Don't worry, I'll fix this in a second. And I'm going to cast Call of Stone.
Okay.
Sorry, actually, how far is he away? Just to make sure.
So he is 30 feet below you and about 5 feet in front of you.
Oh, yeah, easily. I thought he was like sprinting off into the desert.
Oh, he didn't get to move. That was the end of it as he dropped, so he had to do his 2 actions to get down.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I cast Call of Stone. It's a fortitude save. You know me, I don't generally... I mean, can roll a nat 20.
No, that's on you.
What am I doing?
Fortitude save for a partial for hopefully a partial success for a nat 20.
If you steal the one cool thing I just got, I'm never going to work with your characters again.
Sprungus and Frungus suddenly kill each other next session.
Oh, Frungus
Oh,
will
God.
just leave. Frungus will just leave.
Oh no, 24.
So it's a mad at wolf thing, it's not a mad at Zilpip thing.
What's Zilpip's caster level?
Level.
Because it's what, 10 plus caster level for DC?
It's
No.
10 plus spell level plus your modifier.
Your mod. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, what's your mod on Zopip? Because it'd be in your intelligence, I believe.
Uh-huh.
Because that'd be 14 plus,
Whatever.
which I think 24 beats it, but I don't know how high your intel. Oh, did you already send me? Okay.
Yeah.
How?
I'm just saying. Last time I had that much intelligence, a body that wasn't built for it, my brain started.
Wait, I have a question. What? How do you have a mod that high? I have questions about that.
Yeah.
What's your flat? What's
I
your
have
score?
answers.
What? What you're in? There's no way, because that'd be like a 400 intelligence.
Nope.
It's to be 10 plus 2 times the multiplier. Or the modifier.
Wait a minute. Let's see.
Is this score?
Is it really that high? Hold up. Fuck me. Wait, really? All right, one sec. We're gonna take a quick intermission. If anybody needs to
By
use
all
the
means.
restroom. All right. We are back.
Hopefully, I can use that spell once I get some more spell casting, because I'll be using it. And
James is very angry about it. All right, Nar, you find yourself with a -2 to your dex. As you find the stone beginning to accumulate around your body, almost beginning to turn to this hard, dead skin. You're still able to move for the moment, but you are on -2 now. This continues until you're brought to a 0 for movement feet, by the way. So every round?
Yeah.
Okay. As we go back to as that takes, little Zilpip, that's your one action. Second action?
Second action, I'm going to yell down, "Come on, man! Please!"
Snorch feeling his feet turn to solid stone. The
I'm
bot, at
doing
this point...
this
Good.
for your safety.
Explain how, and maybe I'll let it go.
The item freed a demon
I
of a
like
creature of a level
those.
of I can't understand, and this item is stronger.
She was hot.
She was terrifying.
she was
Yes.
technically cold.
Nar.
Okay.
As an old friend once said, I like a woman who can kick my ass.
Nar, you feel your feet begin to lose the stone effect as the staff starts to glow. I need a will save. As Zopip reminded me of something I forgot about my item.
That's not good.
Nar, you just barely saved this time.
God.
The staff, one of the little orbs sinks into the bigger one on your back, and you feel a pulse through your entire body as if something just tried to steal your
Hey.
entire mind away from you.
Buddy, you're making it worse.
Little Zilpip, as you look on, you watch as the body jerks of Nar and see your spell disappear. The magic seemingly sucked into the staff.
Oh. Interesting.
All right. Rolaman. As it ends Little Scarf's turn as he used it for conversation. Rolaman, you're up.
Do I see the Melvin?
You do. He is 20 feet right in front of you. No, he dropped. Sorry. So he is 20 feet and 30 feet. 20 feet in front of you and 30 feet below you.
Can I see him?
Yeah, he's just floating slightly off the ground.
All right. I'll use Shadow Jaunt to get it right next to him.
All
I'm
right.
gonna punch him.
As you disappear into the shadows, as if like being enveloped into your own, you reappear right in front of Melvin. Melvin, you watch as, to your horror, the swordsman vanishes and then just reappears out of the sickly shadow in front of you and goes to swing at you. Sword in hand, I imagine, as he swings, just not the blade coming towards you,
not
just
the
a handle.
blade.
Yeah, just closed fist around the handle trying to hit you with the knuckles.
Mm-hmm. This will be an unarmed strike, correct?
Yeah.
Well, Melvin, I'm glad we
might
fixed
miss.
your AC before this.
Yeah, I might miss. Yes, that's correct. 25, I do not miss.
Nope, that hits. Yeah, I know Melvin doesn't have. Well, Melvin, do you have like shield or anything to like emergency immediate cast?
I have
Can't
shield, but it
insta-cast
still
shield.
wouldn't help.
Oh, okay.
You can't insta-cast shield anyway. You have to do
Oh,
Iron
that's
Hand.
right. That's right. You have to prep.
Shield's
Yeah,
not immediate.
I
Yeah.
forgot about that. Okay.
Now, what's the unarmed damage of a large creature?
Melvin needs
It's like
an
a
immediate.
D4, dude.
We need to get Melvin an epic spell of immediate shield plus 10.
Yeah. D4 plus strength, I assume. So let's do that.
Yeah, D4
I'm
plus
actually a
strength.
small
No,
creature.
Are you?
Yeah,
that's
you're
right.
a small
Yeah.
creature.
Melvin himself by size.
That's
yes.
right. That's right. He is small. Yeah.
But unarmed
I think-
strike is the one who's dealing it. So
Yeah, it's his.
5 bludgeoning damage.
It's non-lethal, so you're not gonna die from it. You'll just be knocked out if you hit 0. For reference. Melvin, you feel as where you like for what Rolliman sees, he sees himself punching you in the face right into the right eye, giving you a black eye. As he punches into you, he socks your main eye, causing it to kind of spin a little bit.
I am.
Rolliman, I need a will save.
Okay.
As I'm about to unleash a lot of psionic power on you.
Yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah.
I said knock
Okay.
it off.
Melvin, I have a question for you. Are you gonna fight as you feel a familiar force starting to take over your body for a moment?
I don't want him to be killed, but at this point, he tested his limits, and he's got to find out.
Okay. As you feel your body almost taken over, everything goes blank as you're brought to a nice, comfortable, your happy place. You're watching as people are running from you in fear. You shoot laser
that's not my-
beams in your eyes. Not you,
the fuck?
Roland. No, I'm talking about
Okay.
Melvin.
Okay.
Melvin, you are enjoying watching as everyone seems to run. The tyrannical Melvin is written everywhere as people seem to scream out your name in fear at the sight of you. The creatures large and small, giving you this like grand boost and making you feel even more powerful as you go around just obliterating creatures left and right. Rolliman, you find yourself beginning to look around and see your body turning into what looks to be platinum for a moment. As if it's almost being frozen in place, you suddenly find yourself pulled into not another plane, but your mind is brought almost as if to somewhere else. You begin to see as this massive, at first a small throne room with what looks to be an elven-like creature with a very large head, as if it seems to be smiling at you, dressed in adorned nobleman's outfit amongst your own people. These bones kind of showing apart as this individual who's killed like grand creatures, these powerful, kind of giving this eminence of power to you. As the creature begins to kind of stand up, the smile kind of turns slowly to a frown as it seems to lean forward on all 4 legs and turn into this massive, intimidating dragon, roaring into your face as you hear in your head, "How dare a mortal such as yourself think that they can strike my property? You who think you have a right to live in these lands. Please, explain or beg now before I end you."
That being known as Melvin is very. He has not been truthful at any point that I've known him. That is why I question what he is.
What is the creature seems to lean down and get close to you as it almost gives a whisper into your ear. You feel the hot breath off of the creature. The warmth coming from the creature as if it's emanating like an oven as it says into your ear. "And what right do you have to question another adventurer who has been done nothing but tried to seek and help you lot? He has done nothing but reward you, grant you his own life and almost having died with you, and you still seek answers. It is not good enough. Does he seek information about your past?"
No, I'm not asking about his past. I'm asking about what he is.
"And why does that matter in the slightest to you when he seeks nothing of that of you?"
I'd like to know who I'm working with most of the time. I cannot trust someone I do not know.
You see the creature kind of pulls its head back and goes and looks at you. You say this with such a brash cockiness that I can't help but think in this moment that you sought to cause harm to someone knowing that they belong to me. I'm going to give you one moment to either apologize and give up on these actions, or I will take your life.
I apologize. I did not intend to kill Melvin in any way. I simply would seek to understand. Although I am beginning to understand now.
I don't care for your explanations. And let this be made very clear. The next time you lay a hand on one of those who serve me, I won't just end you. I will end your fucking bloodline. Every creature you've ever touched, every creature that's ever known your existence will be removed from this plane. Do we understand each other?
I think we do.
Good. Now you won't remember this, so let this be a warning to you. When you come to, you're going to feel fear from this creature that you sought to seek out and cause pain to. That is my blessing to you in this situation. As you feel yourself kind of fading away, the room kind of dissipating, the creature turning back into the elf as it leans back into the chair. Still a slight anger on it. As you pull back Rolaman, coming back to it, you see as Melvin kind of sits in front, or still stands in front of you, your eyes kind of coming back to you, your body no longer frozen in like this platinum-like statue. You don't remember anything that just happened, but as you look on to Melvin, you immediately feel as if you're under the fear effect. This goes past any natural immunities you can get, unless you go and have the curse removed. You are now permanently cursed to have a slight fear anytime you feel anger or hatred towards Melvin.
What are you? This doesn't help at all. With what Roman's thinking.
Melvin, you come back to it and see as the slight look on Roman's face as he looks like he's looking at a demon he can't describe. Utter
At this
fear.
point, James is gonna
face.
poke his head out of the fucking thing and go, "Melvin, get your ass over here!"
Hold out my hand to help roll him up.
I get away from Melvin.
You see as he kind of like Roman starts scurrying back away from you, and seemingly to give you space. All right. We're not out of initiative. As
oh yeah, there's two other people.
Melvin and
James just
Roman
called for Melvin.
kind of like are like looking at each other now. Nar, going back up to the top of the initiative.
Introducing 24/7 lifeguard.
We are now introducing 24/7 lifeguard protection.
Oh yes.
I need that. You know what? I'm gonna buy that. How much gold is that?
It's from a fiend. I don't know if you want it.
Depending on the contract.
All right. I will tell you, Nar. You can roll for this, but I can outright tell you that your god will not respond. They don't seem to have a want or interest in this item. So if you'd like to change how you want to put that prayer, as that'd be something you'd be able to tell, I'm down for it, but yeah, you're going to want to reword that.
Okay. I'm going to go through probably a few iterations of this, back and forth.
Mm-hmm. As you begin to say a prayer. James, in the background, give me another spellcraft check. Let's see if you can.
I can.
And
do that.
As you kind of start looking back in there and start working on it, as you watch.
I will shout to Melvin as I'm working to get over here because I have an idea.
No, yeah, that's
him.
fine. That's fine. As you
used all my good rolls earlier.
As you shout for Melvin, kind of going back to push it, like doing your calligraphy into it. Your handwriting's gotten rusty in the time. Maybe it's the use of the axe, the failed times you tried to smack at that goblin. I mean, who knows? But
I mean, I did a bunch of scroll crafting before this. My hand's still a little sore.
But as you kind of shout to Melvin, thinking that you'll be able to easily get the design done, the first one, you watch as the paper begins to flame a little bit as you have to pat it out, refocusing your attention. No, okay. As you say this,
With the
Nar,
power of knock it all off.
kinda under your breath, Zilpip, you recognize the language of modern common being spoken, almost as if a strange and foreign tongue to the rest of the group listening. Zilpip, give me a listen check to see if you hear the prayer. Otherwise, Nar, give me we'll call it a wisdom check.
Can I argue for charisma since I am a charisma-based holy man?
Sure, I'll take charisma.
Okay.
I argue for wisdom since I'm a wisdom-based.
You're crafting a scroll. That doesn't change.
Okay.
21.
You do hear you get little bits, Zopip, of something along the lines of not trust, disappear, or move, country, offer, and dangerous is about all you catch of what Nar seems to be kind of sitting in a prayer of this modern common. The rest of you not really understanding, even with the listen check, what this language really is, as it's so morphed. Nar, as you say this out loud, a moment of time goes by as if nothing's going to happen. Everything seems to be quiet. And then the staff seems to, for a moment, glow as if something is grasping hold of it, and then it begins to a light seems to form around it, and then crack and break, sucking into it. I need another will save.
More will saves.
Nar has good will saves normally.
Yeah, Nar has really good will saves. Nar, you feel yet another jolt. It seems to be getting stronger though. Still with ease this time, you manage to avoid it. You feel for a moment your mind being pulled from you, as you take a moment and think something. It's almost as if this staff seems to absorb all divine and arcane magic and seems to be growing in strength every time something magic comes in contact with it.
Yeah, I'm just running. That's even more reason to get away from Zelda.
All right. As you start running, what's your full movement speed?
My full just walking or running?
Running.
200.
200. Okay. As you sprint 200 feet into the desert, past the desert main, kind of almost surprised by the cloud and wind that passes by its face as it was snoring, kind of woken up by the movement. You watch Zilpip as Nar runs into the desert top speed, like Speedy Gonzalez, nothing but a little bit of a cloud left where he was a moment ago.
I have a gift for this.
All right. As Nar runs off, Melvin, technically you're not being attacked in the initiative anymore, but as we're just going down, what do you want to do?
James called for some help, so I suppose I would go help him.
All right.
After Rolliman scurried away from me.
All right, as you kind of seeing Rollman scurry away, the etched look of fear on his face as he seems to back away, heading over to help James. James, what are you having him do, out of curiosity?
Well, I'm doing terribly with this spellcrafting, so I'm going to try to have him help me with that.
All right, yeah, Melvin, as you look in, seeing the little bit of papyrus that's been like smoking and the smell of burning ink kind of in the air, doesn't take long to see what James is looking at and what he wants you to do. Can you give me a spellcraft check?
Yep.
Appreciated. Unless you have the spell. What spell are you trying to get exactly, James?
This is Identify.
I do not.
Okay, then yeah, just spellcraft is good.
19.
I think that
I'm just trying to make the scroll.
Is Identify third or fourth?
It is a first level spell for sorcerers and wizards, a second level spell for clerics.
Easily beats the DC as you start working on it between the two of you. As Melvin gets on his first try, just kind of taking the pen away from you and kind of holding it like a full fist and just drawing. He seems to almost with beautiful calligraphy draws the perfect symbols for Identify onto it.
James is going to rub his brow and just go, Melvin, I know you're not what you appear to be. We've been over this before. I'm not going to question it. But if you ever feel comfortable in trusting us with it, I would appreciate knowing at least. You don't want to? I'm not gonna force you. By the way, we might have something your benefactor's interested in, which I'll talk to you about later.
All right. And I'm sure someday, but,
Like I said, when you're finally comfortable with us.
Say, Melvin glances over at Rolliman, sees Rolliman still looking at him with fear and questions on his face.
I'll tell you what Roman's doing on his turn.
Okay, fair.
I will say it's not so much comfort as for your guys' safety more than anything.
Well, then I'm glad you respect us enough to try and keep us safe. Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
As the two of you start working on the scroll, little Zilpip, we jump to you.
Yeah.
You watch as Nar runs into the desert, top speed, shouting that this is even more reason not to give this to you, as if responding to an unanswered or an unasked question or a statement.
As he's running, I imagine I dimension door just ahead of him.
What's
Not
Dimension
like
Door's
right in his
distance?
path, but off to the side. Sorry?
I said, what's Dimension Door's distance?
400.
Oh,
plus
oh
40
yeah, that's
feet
right.
for
Yeah, that's
every-
right. It's massive. Okay.
Yeah. And I go, maybe we can share it? We can do like a
Nope,
timeshare.
as I juke out of the way.
You
like
juke
100
out of the way,
feet.
juke past.
Just reappears.
He spends his second action to dimension door again. And goes, well, honestly, Kite kind of hurts my feelings. And I give him big kitty eyes.
Little Scarf's tried that one. Absolutely not. Oops.
Fuck.
You feel for the first time, Zilpip, an agreement from the creature inside here.
I'm doing this for your sake.
As he runs by at top speed.
Please
I'm doing
explain.
this for your sake.
You
It'll
keep
take over
saying
your
that,
body.
but you don't say why.
It'll take over your body.
It surely wouldn't.
It surely will, and I won't have you lose Little Scarf's body.
Alright. How did you go running past?
I think
Yep.
that's my two actions.
Yep, that's it. Yep, Rollman, we're back to you, my man.
Alright, so Roland's mind here, he wanted to find out what Melvin was, so he threatened violence. Melvin just didn't answer, so he hit him a couple times, and then suddenly he's very afraid of him.
Yeah, suddenly something about Melvin just scares you, and you're not sure why.
Roman, having that happen is like, this changes nothing, it makes it even more worrying, and he's just very angry, and he's going to start attacking the wall. Out of anger.
Yeah, with the one sword that they can't let go, just starting to smack it. All right.
Yes.
Yeah. Roll an attack on the rock.
Rock.
If you miss, that would be like the icing on the cake.
If you miss, or it destroys the rock and you have to
You hit. Roll
damage.
damage.
Nice.
He's gonna get the soul of the rock, guys.
Yes, the rock soul.
Not a fiend. It's not
That's
a.
evil.
Could be.
A fiend rock.
Could be if you were brave enough.
It could be a fiend rock. You know. It could be. You know.
Could be a fiend in the rock.
I'm gonna throw. Yeah, it could be another kick situation like on Sunday.
16 damage.
As you slice into this rock, it seems to almost split completely in half. The boulder seemingly kind of coming to resting on both sides as you feel the ground impact by it. As you see inside, there is a sparkle of almost this silverish-like metal that's a little bit duller. Immediately, it doesn't take much Rollman to recognize this looks to either be iron or tin.
Cool. Roman doesn't care. He's gonna keep attacking.
Okay, as you're keep attack, roll again, beat up this rock. I mean, hey.
This will be the other swords is the wield shit.
Okay. I mean, you know, hey, if you chunk it down, you know, James can take it home with him.
26 to hit.
26 hits. This rock has to pay.
Yes, it does.
Melvin and I imagine James just kind of like poking their heads out slightly, looking at this as the rock is just chopped to pieces.
I see the metal glint.
I imagine, yeah, good.
You know, it'd be easier with a pickaxe.
Oh, you really want to talk about
As Roland, I meant face just turns back a glare of
You're
hatred.
crazy.
Let
But
him
if
calm
you get
down.
angry, then you just get scared.
Only slightly scared.
Yes, that makes doing that, getting afraid after getting mad at Melvin, just makes Roman even more concerned. It's crazy. It's crazy this combo is going on here.
It makes you think. Well, to be fair to Roland, being basically not many steps above a Homo sapien, this would be the same as if he was basically looking at a T-Rex that keeps stealing his food.
It's very concerning because he's been with Melvin for a long time and it's not felt this fear from him before.
Mm-hmm.
For a good while now.
Yep.
I'm a long.
All right. With 12, was the 12 to hit?
12 damage.
12 damage. You managed to slice the other half, one of the halves of rock once again in half. Now having one that's quartered, technically, and the other that's a half. As more
Boy,
of
what
this
metal is that in there? If it's something nice, make sure you save it.
22 to hit.
that hits.
This is the main sword again.
Okay.
12 damage. Oh, yeah, very bad damage. It's okay. It's a rock.
As you keep slashing into it, you manage to quarter the other one. Now having massive quarters of this rock chunked off.
All right, that's what Roland's gonna be doing for a while.
Okay. As Roman just
Trying to
continues
separate
attacking
the
the
metal
rock.
from the rock.
As you say this, James, you see Roman doesn't even seem to be listening. As just steam coming out of his mouth, I imagine, from the workout. He is swinging with all his might. All right. Back up to the top of the initiative, Nar. Nar, do you have any magic items on you?
Multiple.
Ooh, how many?
Oh God! Throw the staff.
That's still with him. So technically 3.
3? All right. I need 3 d20s, please, and then it'll be 3 will saves.
Did you just use disjunction?
Nope.
Something?
No, it eats magic. It's fucking with my magic items.
We're gonna go throw it into the bottom of the ocean.
Good luck.
Why do you think I'm running into the desert? Why do you think...
I also don't want the thing on the ship. Actually, if it's eating magic.
I will know, Nar.
No,
It
you should
is.
totally put that
It
on the
is
flying
going.
ship.
Yeah, it's going up DC each time. I hope you know.
Oh, I'm screwed. I'm bound to fail one of those.
Well, unfortunately, you. All right,
that
that's the d20s. Okay, give me. You only have to do 1 will save for it, so it'll only be 2 will saves this time. For 1 for the normal and the second for the item. Whatever your first item was is now gone with no magic. It is now a mundane item.
24.
24 succeeds still. All right, for the first one, the second.
Another 24.
All right, you managed to barely succeed on the second. You are now just meeting DC. As you continue running, you can feel the pull is getting stronger. Thankfully, the creature whatever seems to be within seems to be close enough to you that it is not able to take hold of your mind immediately.
Fucking, I guess while running, all the items I have left, my fucking shirt, my cloak, and my ring are gonna go in the bag of holding, and I'm just gonna drop the bag as I keep running.
Okay. That'll take up your full action as far as it goes with the running included. You will only get your 1 run speed. So, all right. Is that still the 200? I assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just yell, "Someone grab the bag! I'll get my stuff later."
As a bag drops in the sand, continuing to run. All right. As you are already, that was already at 200 feet away. Then we go on to next person in line, Melvin. As you watch Roland continuing to chop up the stone, is there anything you'd like to do other than work on the spellcraft? Oh, he muted himself.
Whoops. Other than helping James, no.
Okay. All right. Little Scarf, little Zopip.
Yeah, I'll dimension door over to the bag, grab it.
Okay.
Then dimension door in front of him, and be like, "We gotta be able to work on some terms. Maybe I can help you out with this."
Does not
Are you
respond.
I
willing?
scratch your back, you scratch mine.
Are you willing to talk instead of just grabbing the staff?
Never tried to grab it,
You just keep teleporting in front of me and scaring me.
for sure.
As Narkaga's jogging around you and like gets a
I
good
am
20 feet
holding
away.
your bag of holding.
Nar will stop, and you'll see Nar drop. I'm saying smoking and ruined what was a magic buckler shield.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Hate losing magic items like that.
So why do you want the staff, whoever you are?
Currently, most of me is in a really, really, really bad place.
Do you
And
use magic?
for sure.
Then you should not have
But
this.
only sometimes.
You should not hold this.
Why is that?
It is actively absorbing magic, and it is stronger and stronger, ripping at my mind. The more magic it absorbs.
Okay. You
And
have
you
to
seem to have a
understand.
lot of magic with how you keep teleporting.
I sure do. Are you able to let go of the item?
I'll try to plant it in the sand and see if my hand can come off.
As you take your hand off, give me a will save.
Oh, here we go. So let's type it. Alright. Let's see.
Can I
cool.
try and help? By-
You watch as Nar seems to try and take it off his back and put it on the ground. And as almost immediately as his hand locks around it, Nar's eyes shift to a bright purplish color, and the body language seems to shift and change as the body seems to start to jerk and move about. Nar, you're left in a blank sleep for a moment.
I want to say right before I grab it, because there was something I wanted to say as I was trying to.
Mm-hmm.
So we're pretty far away from everyone else, right?
Yeah, about 200, I'd say about 400 feet out, yeah, from the group.
It absorbed the divine power of a beyond god as he vanishes.
As you see the figure kind of shift and move, and the body jerk about, you see it stops, and the eyes seem to kind of subtly look over at you, Zopip. And the creature begins to speak through Nar's voice and goes, "My name is Plethmora, mortal. I'm looking for a creature. I was sealed away by her. Biara, does she still rule in this age?"
Do I know who that is?
Roll a knowledge religion, or you can try a knowledge arcana, but I would, it doesn't, I'd recommend knowledge religion in this situation.
Higher check.
Yeah, much higher.
Yeah. Much higher.
Given Zopip already has figured out these things seem to be from an age that he doesn't even know about, this is all new history to him, that's a knowledge religion probably a better option.
For sure. Okay.
Okay. That name, Zopip, almost immediately clicks as you remember way back in your really youthful days on your first few adventures, a group by the name of, you're not sure if it was Amateur Hour, Rejected Potential, one of the two, could have been a few others. One of them had seen a mural about heroes, two groups standing back to back, fighting gods and demons alike. And you remember one of them mentioning it, a tiefling girl that you took a liking to, though her name escapes you at the moment. It was so long ago at this time. As you start to think back, something seems strange. You remember seeing her mentioning that name was on the mural as a side mention, not as an important detail. At the time, you thought it was just some terrible cantrip, as it was similar to what would be the same wording used for the word firebolt.
Uh, okay. The creature in question, though, the Yara. I don't know who that
Plethmora.
is. Or,
No.
well, yeah, but she asked for.
Oh, Biara. No, that's that
Oh,
is the only
Biara?
name that that Biara. Here, I'll put it in the chat for you.
Gotcha.
That is the only name that kind of catches your attention of either of these as the two with that roll.
Uh, no. And I know a lot about different time periods. I would check about 1,000 years in the future. Um, there's a lot happening right now, but not a lot, I think, interesting to you.
Nar begins to feel his mind being kind of pulled apart for a moment as he can't really fight against it currently.
Oh, yay. They're going to get a weird mix of knowledge.
And you see the body kind of seems to almost look open. Its mouth goes agape, and the creature goes, "The gods won. Biara does not rule if the gods stand strong. The times were not fixed. We were lied to and lost. You, creature, don't belong here, and you stand now in our homeland. You will address this one as Plethmora, and you will look into Biara and figure out what happened. It's probably the only way you'll be able to return from where you currently stand." And it stops.
Is this Biara currently in where I am?
Mortal creature, I do not know. If I knew these questions, do you think I'd be stuck in a staff at this moment, or sealed in as it looks down at the body of Nar? An abomination.
Roll.
This body.
How about this? Because obviously what's your title? Your eminence, your grace, your
Staff of
ladyship?
100 worlds.
Staff of 100 worlds. Well, Staff of 100 worlds. This whole process I would love to help with. It'll be a lot easier if we work together. And of course, us quote unquote mortals are beneath you in many ways, but it's better to help than to hinder our progress. If we're going about this for you, wouldn't you say?
Roll a diplomacy check.
Sure.
How good is Zilpip diplomacy?
Not great.
Oh, no. What's not great to you, though? Because I know you have plus 40s and shit.
That's the one stat I have that in. The rest are pretty fucking normal.
He hasn't found a really charismatic creature to steal the charisma from.
He tried to eat
Nope,
Kix at
not
one
yet.
point. He almost got it.
I did try to steal it from Jakix, and
almost succeeded.
he was immune.
20. Okay. With that, as you kind of take a second, or as you say this, she seems to kind of tilt the head of Nar, on almost as if a smile creeps across the face of Nar, creepily, as Nar isn't bad looking, but the teeth are rugged. Much of Nar's facial features are very aggressive looking. This individual
Some
looks as if they're
uncanny
trying.
valley shit.
It looks like they're trying to be seductive with their look, but it looks honestly like Nar wants to eat you.
I think
a
Zilpip is
different kind of
still a
way.
little turned on.
Plethmora continues and goes, "I will give you assistance. I won't take this one's body, and I will give you the chance to succeed. Find me one that recognizes my alignment as their own. I will take their body, give them power, and bring about the change and information I seek. As far as your assistance, as far as I need it, you are no more valued and able than to do that, in my opinion. If you are able to learn anything of Biara, I'd be amazed at your abilities currently. You still can't even cast that of a wee child in our time. You might be equivalent to what we called fools, but most of them were creatures that ate others for magic as their only ability to cast. I hope that is not offensive in understanding the difference in our rankings.
Oh, of course. Our rankings are so vastly separated. It does not offend me at all.
Nar, you are not compatible. However, Nar, as you feel your mind being forced back in, as if the god you serve is shoving you in, Plethmora looks over at you, Zopip, one last time and goes, I do not have long, as this one's god is quite powerful, and in my current status I can't kill it. So I ask that once you find me a being that I can take control of, remove yourself if you are a worshipper of the divine, as you will find yourself slain. Better you become a god in your own right, rather than serve another. And with that, you watch as the eyes dissipate.
Fuck.
As if Nar comes back from a blank stage. Nar, you feel your face is twisted in a strange look as you kind of readjust yourself, feeling as if you've lost a good amount of time.
Is Zilpim in front of me?
Still standing there, yeah. Looking like he was about to say something and kind of stops
Nar
himself.
blinks, and because of the splitting headache from earlier, falls on the ground right on top of Zilpim.
I fully, princess swooning catch him because I'm still incredibly strong.
I will say, Little Scarf is not strong. What's
Fuck.
You want to Little Scarf? It's funny.
Yeah, you are using physical stats of Little Scarf, who I don't think has enough strength stat to carry Nar.
Would you like to know his carry capacity? It's very funny.
What is it?
50 pounds.
Yeah, so, Little Zopip, you are crushed. Not
Then
as in, uncomfortably,
I
but,
dodge.
Alright, give me a reflex save.
Yeah, what's his reflex save?
Let's see, +6.
Okay.
That's actually not bad for a Zopip. It's better than he usually has to work with, I'm not gonna lie.
That is better than Zilpip's. Hey, 24.
24. You managed to get out of the way, though the body seems to jump higher than you were expecting, Zopip, as it seems to go almost 10 feet up in the air, and manages to climb above Nar as he collapses, as you land lightly down onto Nar's back, as Nar's face is kind of just turned out to the sides. I imagine eyes rolled up and completely unconscious.
Yep.
Aw, little guy's tuckered out.
Alright, what are you gonna do as you look down at the body? How are you gonna bring him back? If you are. Or are you gonna take the staff and take off?
Yeah, how far are they?
They are about 400 feet from where you guys are currently. You can see the two shadowy figures, but it's too hard to make out what they're doing or what's going on.
Real quick.
Yes.
Is considering.
I'm being PM'd something, most likely.
Also, I think fully, even 400 feet away, I'm a 10-foot tall soldier that just fell over and probably a burst of sand.
We see the shadow shift that way. That's the worrying part, but not about to let anyone approach because you are, especially not Rollerman, because you are currently holding onto.
Don't worry, Rollerman's not going anywhere.
Rollerman's focused on chopping up this rock. I just didn't go back to him because I knew I got what Grumpy was doing.
Once this rock's reduced to Rebel, I'll go to a different rock.
Yeah, he's just gonna move on. Yeah, it's just one after another until he's done.
Wait, we could end up finding a tin deposit, guys.
He does.
Wait, really?
Yep.
Wait, what?
Wait, what's happening?
Are you stealing his wallet?
I will tell you though, just with a quick glance, you're pretty sure if you grab this thing, you'll lose your connection with a Little Scarf.
Right, word, yeah. Absorbs magic.
Yeah, you don't want to touch this in the slightest, as you're immediately brought back to that one cloak that you remember.
Okay. If I touch the staff, would I... Or, okay. If I touch the staff, I lose my connection. That magic is lost. If I touch Nar?
Nope, you seem to be fine. It looks to be fine from what you can tell.
I shake Nar awake. Nar! Nar!
Alright, give me a heal check to see if you can manage to bring him to consciousness. What is, well, actually, no, we use Zopips in this case because that's a mental stat.
It's a mental.
23.
Yeah. 23?
Yeah.
Let me double check. I think that brings you back to consciousness, but I know the DC's high. No, it is. Okay, yeah. Nar, you find yourself just barely coming back to consciousness. The heat of the desert coming down on you. The tiny feet of little scarf on your back. It feels like you're getting a massage slightly as you feel yourself kind of being shaken at the shoulders.
Just full body stomping probably feels like almost nothing on you.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, little scarf is. Let me go to his weight. 5 pounds.
Yeah, full body stomping on your back. Wake up! Wake up!
Who am I? What? Where? What?
You're
Smell
Nar!
purple.
You're Nar! Okay,
Oh, I'm not.
great news. Great news. I talked to the lady who's in it. She fucking rocks. She's really cool.
At the mention of rocks in the distance, you hear one of the other rocks splitting as Roloman continues hacking at it.
You for sure see, like, Zilpip, of all the things he is, he's not charismatic, fully lying. He's like both of his eyes trying to wink at you. And he was like, okay, but there is a solution. That doesn't involve us being written out of existence by something that kind of looks back and forth. Canceled the magic of a beyond god. Also, she mentioned she's not at full power right now, which is good, because she can't kill your god. That being said,
Can I just go walk into the middle of the desert and get rid of it in a cave or something?
no, she will not accept that. She
I'm
will
willing to die in a
tear
cave.
you-
I am more than willing to die in a cave to leave it somewhere.
I promise you, it's not just dying. Also, she'll find somebody else. It will find someone one way or another. It's not going to stay hidden. That being said, I know a pretty trustworthy person who is of the alignment that she wants.
Who?
My most loyal of advisors.
For the love of out again, for the love of God.
Testonius.
And this advisor is.
Actually, I don't know
Am I
if I
gonna
ever
name-
fucking named him.
Oh,
Hold on.
great.
Is it your
Give
Hydra?
me fucking 12 seconds.
Oh my god. You didn't give her the body of a Hydra.
No, what? Shut the fuck up. You're not here.
As Zilpip thinks about that, we're going to take a quick commercial break for those watching at home. Alright, apologies for that.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
It's lawful good.
Okay, good. Oh, fuck.
Alright, as you,
What?
yeah, go ahead.
Do I remember, like, and feel that she went through my memories? I felt her pulling my mind apart.
You did feel something tearing into your mind. It's similar to what you felt before when people have cast Detect Thoughts on you. It's a common spell to use amongst, like, to look into people's visions or memories and see what happened, get the truth of it.
I just don't like the idea that this, whatever she is, now has knowledge of a time that I think is countless ages away. Feels weird.
Hey, I understand. I hear you.
Doc had
Hydrithian
never told me about
Omnivox
this.
is quite possibly. He is the only man I trust in this world.
What'd you say his name was?
Hydrathian Omnivox.
Fucking Hydra.
That doesn't sound like a name.
That sounds like a medication.
I will mention Nar and a little Zopip. As you're kind of having this conversation, you do see about only roughly 100 feet from you, and pretty clear, is the group that had left earlier, seemingly coming back towards what looks to be Mana's Grove and towards that direction in general. The large ogre, I believe it's ogre. Ogre, the Phallus, and the Genasi.
I'm going to bring us there now so we don't have any more mind-shredding incidents. Are you okay with this?
Sure, but why didn't Daka ever tell me about an evil staff?
You know Daka? I was him for a second.
What?
Here, I'll explain on the way. And I'll teleport us.
Alright, where are you dimensioning, Dora? Or are you just going back to where Rollman and James had the cart parked?
Oh, no, I'm bringing us to my Hydra.
Oh, alright.
With dimension door?
No, he has teleport.
Oh, you just use teleport, sorry.
He's using the teleportation spell that he has in that you can use in the mortal plane rather than in Abaddon. Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, as you two teleport off, I'm going to jump back over real quick. Rollman and James. As Melvin kind of begins working on it, James, as you kind of just sigh and give slightly up, letting him finish working on the spell scroll, you see as Rollman has cut through all three boulders at this point, seeing them glimmering with the duller silvery shine. Anything you want to do, James, or Rollman?
I'll go over and see what kind of metal this is, I guess.
Okay. As you walk over, you see a seething, I imagine Rollman still... bit of steam coming out of the sides of his mouth from the amount of exercise he's been putting in to cut these things down.
I don't understand.
What don't you understand, buddy?
What Melvin is.
Well, his benefactor is powerful enough to pay us in Masterwork Platinum pieces, so I'm going to say it's probably smart not to question it right now. If
You don't care
when...
that he lies
I
to
care.
us?
He has not lied to us at all. He hasn't told us what he is. That's not a lie.
He could
He
be here
said
as a
he's
spy.
not what he appears. Given his nature, I don't believe that. If he was a spy sent to destroy us, he's done a pretty piss-poor job of it.
He's definitely here to destroy us, James. He's been with us for a while. He could just be here to keep tabs on us. There are spies that exist that are not assassins.
And yet, I doubt he's working for Jakix, because otherwise Jakix would have, when he sent the letter, would have exposed that point.
I doubt he's working with Jakix.
And we haven't quite pissed off anyone else, really, since before he arrived. So, unless he was hired by Essa to... which wouldn't even make any sense, as he joined before Alar died.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, I highly doubt he's a spy. Or if he is, he's not a spy for any malicious purpose.
You don't know that.
His benefactor has been quite generous with us.
Why did he try and grab the Nar staff then? He has no reason to grab that. So it's for this benefactor?
He is a wizard.
Mm-hmm. And when Nar said no, he pressed on. Do you think that's Nar's, or do you think that's Melvin's behavior? He's not one to be very forceful.
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this very politely with this. When it comes to magic, we haven't seen him. We've given him what magic devices he has. And coming back to the platinum point, there's only 2 lands that actively have it, and we're in one of them.
Good, that helps limit down who it could be. What's the other one?
I brought that up in PM.
What's the other one? Do you know it, James?
Not right offhand.
Give
The
me
only
a.
reason I know this one is due to the fact that I was looking into selling off the platinum here, but there's literally someone here called Platinum Paws.
Give me a. I was gonna say, give me a profession merchant. Oh.
Well, first the appraise on the metal. Here's that.
It
Wait,
is.
that's a 13.
It
It's
is. It's iron. It's pretty easy to tell that it's iron. Just normal iron.
It's
All right.
How much? I mean, it's a bunch of boulders. Roman cut it up real well. Yeah, it could be a couple 100 pounds. You'd guess.
Okay, we'll get that into the thing, and then profession merchant.
I'll be honest. You have to crit for this. Yeah, no.
No.
There's
Right offhand, I
rumors
don't know.
that there is platinum. It comes up from the far west, but most people believe that it comes from the Thrycrane lands. That's where there's been platinum being been handed out by Thrycrane before, or seen worn by
Well, the point
Thrycrane.
also had the Thrycrane Queen on it, so
So
the other one is the Thrycrane lands, and they usually
Let
eat
him
anything that's
finish
not
talking.
Thrycrane.
It's okay.
Sorry.
You're good. Go on.
No, please continue. I apologize.
No, I lost my thoughts. So that's why I said go ahead. You're fine.
Well, literally, it's just the Thrycrane usually eat anything that's not a Thrycrane. He's not one. We've seen him shapeshift too many times, and from my understanding, they don't dabble in that kind of magic.
Mm-hmm.
Although Narm would know better than I on them, because he has two in his company.
Okay. I'm just as a bodyguard's intuition. I don't vibe with it.
Look, at the very least, trust my intuition on the fact that he's harmless. So long as we don't piss off his benefactor, he's gonna keep helping us and doing his best.
Mm-hmm. I thought he was harmless too, until after that first punch. I just get an irrational fear whenever I think to injure him again, which is concerning.
Sounds like it could be that could be caused by quite a few things, magic and non.
Roland, as you hear James kind of talking about this, you hear in the back of your head a voice go, "Would you like to be able to find the truth?"
Is it the sword? Is it the swords?
You do
Voice?
feel you do recognize the voice for coming from the sword.
I look at Melvin out of the corner of my eye. That's how I'll find the truth.
As you do see a creature. Though it looks strange, as it looks like it's massive and stuck in ruins and buried under what looks to be heavy darkness above it. Stone, snow, and smaller versions of its kin seemingly floating about. It seems almost strange as you look at him once again. As he kind of looks over you outside of his eye and seems to smile and give a little bit of a wave as if he's a little concerned that you're going to attack him, or if you're trying to be kind, and then goes back to working about his business.
I'll just deny
Okay.
the request.
As you say no, you feel the voice let go once more, allowing your head to
I
clear.
will sheath my sword.
The sword
brief
still is not letting you
Damn
shoot it. No, not to that degree. I'm just saying the voice
He's
doesn't
trying to
bother you
fold the
anymore.
sword, like catch it off.
Yes. I was trying to pull the sword and catch you off guard.
I love it. That was smart, but no, not how it works.
I'll take the sheath of the sword from his hand and just slowly slide it on, not taking the sword from his hand, just going, there you go.
That doesn't do
No more
anything.
stabbing things anymore. For a bit. You feel better after chopping up the boulders, at least?
No.
You want to keep chopping up boulders?
I just leave it at that. I just don't want to come back.
Hey, help me carry this fucking iron!
Nope.
I'll start spending time just carting the iron over.
Okay. Alright, as James and Rollman, are you just going to head back to the front, to the cart and kind of watch Melvin who's sitting at the back?
I'm not watching Melvin.
No. Okay. What's the plan here? You got
I'm just chilling.
you're just gonna chill and kind of okay.
Ruminate.
Then
Ruminate.
okay. Yeah, as you kind of find yourself a little area to sit away next to the water, kind of cleaning off the dust from yourself from the rocks out of the oasis. The rest of the second can company kind of watches you for a bit, and as you begin to kind of clean yourself off, they watch as Jane starts lugging things away. We're gonna jump over once more to Nar and Little Zilpip. As you find yourself sitting now in what looks to be suddenly a massive temple, similar to Chichen Itzu, where it's like two sides have large stairs going up it. The other two sides seem to have opposite each other massive statues of these Hydra-like creatures going down it. Very top looks to be a large open area where a desk has been set aside, a large slab of stone set in the center where clear obvious signs of sacrifices could have been performed or look to have been performed. As you look about, the town down below looks to be growing quite well as you count 30, 40 homes at quick glance, as well as a small building that looks to have grown off to the side where you see what looks to be people going in and out as but groups seem to kind of disappear. It looks to be somewhat like a school or a church of some sort, but as you appear at the top of this pyramid-like structure, the Hydra looks over at you, kind of gives a strange look, and turns immediately into a dragonkin as if to disguise himself, looking similar almost as if one of the members of Greg's Maratom's clans.
My friend.
Looks at you for a second with a kind of a raised eyebrow on the single head now. It scales a darkened blackish colors and goes, I know no friend amongst the fellas, or he looks over at Nar. Amongst trolls, who are you?
I think you'd know this one is Zilpip.
Yes.
Oh! You see his eyes light up.
I was forced into a place I didn't want to be, and this is a body I'm just inhabiting for a short amount of time.
Are you kidding, Master? Are you... You left me in a town to run by myself where they don't like Hydras, by the way. I've been sitting here for months by myself, and you haven't visited... The first time you show up is in a fucking Fellis's body, leaving me with nothing.
I've written!
Yeah, 2 letters.
Well...
I can't read this, by the way. You never taught me how to read. I've been trying to learn, but I don't know what this is. He holds up Modern Common written on it and goes, this looks like the ugliest script I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure a dog wrote this.
Oh, I know that language. Oh, wait.
Shut up.
You see the first few letters are just, my dearest Hydra. Zilpik goes, listen, I know I dropped you here. Kind of just moments notice, but I dropped you in a good position. Listen, they may not like your kind here, but you're very powerful.
He visits every week. I've seen him naked.
Oh.
The king.
Oh, God.
No. He strips down on the slab and just drenches himself in blood every time he comes through. He calls it a ritual sacrifice. He makes us watch. I've lost 20 of my peasants.
Greg is a depraved pervert.
This is...
I've seen things, Master, as his eyes go into the distance. Things that you wouldn't understand. I still haven't even grasped them.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I was leaving you in such a sexually charged situation.
It's depraved.
You do still have your man bits, right?
I thought I was supposed to give those willingly. He told me that was part of the deal. You see the horror look on his face as a slight reaction goes, as he just got a 25 on his sense motive. Little Pip has muted momentarily. Give it a moment as he comprehends. Or I get a message yelling at me for taking the castrating his follower.
Uh,
Welcome back.
yeah.
Castrating and making me eunuch. Oh god.
Yeah, Lil Pip is a little shocked. He goes, I those don't regenerate?
I can regenerate?
Hydrathian, you're a Hydra.
Can I teach him how
You
to, like...
awakened me,
For every
gave
ball
me a
you cut
reward,
off,
and left
should
me
grow
here.
two back.
Hold on, I understand regeneration. Can I try to teach him how to, like, force regeneration? Because I've done it all my life.
Oh yeah, give me a Constitution and Intelligence check. Sure.
Why not? I'm trying to help.
As you start kind of straining, this can only go well.
Con check, 21. That's
Okay.
good.
Success, yeah.
You said intelligence?
Yeah.
20.
As you kind of start to explain how to regenerate and show him, he seems to follow and nothing seems to happen.
Odd.
Wow. I am very sorry, my friend. We did come with glorious purpose, though.
I didn't come at all. As he just stares
It's
at you
hard
with
to
a
do
look.
without them. I've been castrated before. I understand.
Master, why would you leave me to such a fate? Have I displeased you?
Oh, actually, speaking of castration, I found somebody who reminds me of my once and former love I was telling you
Narc
about.
covers his crotch when he hears speaking about castration.
Master, you've left me here to die. Like I must have offended you or something. Please don't change the subject. I must know.
Oh. This was a test. It was all a test of faith. And
It
you've
was?
succeeded. Yes, all of it was. And there is just one last final test.
No, it's...
You are going to be a vessel of a lot of power for just a second. And then I will grant you.
He is nodding along with an excitement in his face. He thinks this is an honor, like he's just being granted godhood. Oh my god, I rolled a 2.
You are going to be a vessel for a lot of power in a second. Truly a King Ghidorah. I mean, that doesn't make sense here. You are going to ascend to a status that is past my own. You are my heir. I need you to take this staff from my friend.
He looks over at Nar and goes, "Alright, where's the friend?"
The ball healing man is the friend.
Oh, he doesn't consider you a friend, Master.
Hurtful, but he is a friend of mine. I consider him a friend.
Master, you need to choose better friends.
It sure do. I'm bad at it. But not with you.
Kind of looks and seems to smile at that and goes, "I don't want to take a staff from the filthy creature."
Okay. But it's your final test. And then you ascend.
Nar's feelings look hurt.
You can see the utter look of disgust as he looks at Nar as if he's like pick up a dirty diaper off the ground. He has no idea the origin of.
Yeah, I'm like, is this the equivalent of me asking him to lick like white dog shit from Step Brothers? Like,
What? No.
Is that
I
not
don't
a
remember that
reference you
scene? Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, as far as the look of his on his face.
I'm still asking him to do it.
He just kind of nods and like hesitantly puts his hand out slowly, like two fingers, and tries to like pinch at the thing to try and grab it off of Nar. Not trying
You
to
can
touch
do it,
him.
my friend.
Take Nar. Are you gonna refuse, or are you gonna let him do as he's doing?
I'm just letting him take the staff. His feelings look very. Yonar's looking at the ground. His feelings look hurt.
Okay.
He's a very civilized troll.
Takes it away and takes hold of it. He looks over at you and goes. Oh, he looks at Zopip, little Zopip, and goes, "What now? The staff doesn't seem to do anything."
Really? Let me try something. I'll just like mage hand, just put a little magic into it. Just touch it with a mage hand.
The spell absorbs, but nothing seems to happen to the creature or to the Hydra. So he just kind of looks at you and goes, "Master, I don't understand. Am I powerful now? Am I God? Have I ascended? I feel no
Are the
different."
orbs?
You will
are
in
the
just a
orbs still
moment, my
floating
friend.
around the staff?
The orbs are still
Can
floating around the
I
staff.
roll some check to see what's happening?
Yeah, give me let's call it, an intelligence check, just for like let's say a common sense. Holy shit!
Oh, rude.
Single space, 3 pages.
It's size 12 font and it's Times New Roman. Go.
No, you didn't.
That is
You
the
didn't say that in the
actual
rules.
written rules. It is. Although that
Are
is
you
funny. I'll accept it.
arguing for why you should be able to kill your
No,
party
It wasn't
member?
to kill.
not
I
that.
never
He
intended to
sent
kill.
me the paper for earlier that I'd asked for. I just had a good laugh at what he sent me though. No, you know what?
I was like, I haven't seen one of those in a while.
You didn't kill him. I'll accept it for this time. Next time, you get the proper font size and everything. It should be 12 in Times New Roman. But since you didn't kill him, I think that I'll accept that. Nar, give me an intelligence check for that. As you take a second to think about it, Zopip, the only thing that comes to mind immediately is that this was once a monster and not a creature that had natural sentience. It could be that the fact that you had to awaken it makes it so that this doesn't count. Otherwise, some creature could have walked across it and she could have taken it over that had managed to trip it. Could also be that she doesn't seem to find the body satisfying. Could also be that this creature has regeneration and is able to out-regenerate her ability to take control.
Do you feel anything itchy in your brain, friend?
Kind of looks at you and goes, "No more than usual, Master. I've usually
Try to let it in.
Kind of looks at you with like a raised eyebrow.
Reach out to the staff. It will give you power.
She kind of looks at you for a second, and as she does, he looks at you for a second and kind of, okay. Again, goes to focus and begins to concentrate. Give me a minute. Let's see how bad this goes.
Hey, little Pip, come
Yeah.
here. I think she wants a body of the same species of her.
What?
You know, a demon body?
She just said alignment. Wait. I mean, is that it? Just a demon? Just any demon body?
That's my best guess. I don't know.
Let me check something
Fair.
real quick.
I see. Fair enough. You're right. No, you're right, Rollman. That's fair.
That's what I thought.
I gotta update that later. Thank you.
I'll cast. Fuck. Hold on. I'm just gonna Control F. I have so many fucking spells.
I know what he's casting. I love it.
Is it this one?
He looks at you for a second and goes, Master.
Look, no, that one just makes it burst into flames.
Master,
Hold
stop
on.
looking through your grimoire. Master, it's not doing anything. As he kind of holds out the
so
staff
much
and
in my
shoves it
grimoire.
towards you.
It's hard to find.
As he does, you watch as little scarf, the cloak around them begins to burn slightly, and it absorbs into the staff. And he looks at the staff, and it starts to glow slightly, a little bit white. Some of the black paint or lacquer seems to peel off, showing
I
a
cast
spot.
fiend form on him.
What does that do?
I turn into a fiend.
Roman, you don't have magic spells. Shush.
Hey, the spell name has it all.
What spell is that?
It turns it into it's transmutation. It's
That's a spell. It's in the spell compendium, apparently. I don't know why I don't see it.
I can.
No, I've got it
send
here.
you-
Yeah, it's a fifth
Oh,
level
you got it,
spell.
you got it.
Yeah. Wait, the target assumes the appearance specific or of a Yes, that's the appearance. It doesn't mean they physically are a fiend, to be clear. They just appear as if a fiend.
It says you take the form.
When in fiendish form... Oh, it does, actually. No, yeah, you're right. Wait, does it give you the typing? That's the main thing. Fear of their choice, like ability from the sphere the target must expose. Oh no, they do get their whole thing. Okay, yeah, no, fair enough. What fiend are you choosing to turn him into?
Like I'm trying to keep him as Hydra-y as possible, but just turning him into like a Frodogen-y
Ice Devil
version of what he is.
Okay. As you try to force a change on the creature, you begin to watch as the magic seems to take form. Nothing, while the Hydra turns into this almost draconic, like a Tiamat-like figure, though keeping his smaller size, the dragonkin form kind of becoming more the head's kind of popping out and becoming kind of showing there in their appearance as the full body transforms. The staff still does nothing. Does not seem to react.
Damn it!
The only thing I will mention that kind of comes to mind that you think that kind of immediately grasps is that even this does not give the fiend a fiendish bloodline. That might be the requirement for the item to work, given the fact of which is very difficult to track down bloodlines, as Zopip would know. There's no historical records in this era of exactly who has what bloodline.
We're finding a lawful good bloodline, bro.
Especially one that's fiendish.
A lawful good fiendish bloodline.
As you begin to kind of think.
There are no records. However, Zilpip, for a long time, had the ability to just look back through history.
Yep. He doesn't have that spell note right now.
Does any of this ring a bell from anything he learned?
The closest he'd have to a documented history would be during the Warring Age, which is when they actually started paying attention to bloodlines. Beyond that, there's no record. There's nothing to identify the individual beyond being able to study the specific school of magic to be able to seek it out. There is blood magic. However, even Zilpip wouldn't know where its origin comes from because, again, it's been tossed around in different options. No one's found the origin as of yet, or had. Other than one character who found a very specific item, and they still have struggled with that. As you think back for a moment, nothing comes to mind. I will put a side note, though. As you are thinking about something from Little Scarf's mind catches your attention and is brought to you. James mentioned to the party recently about seeing two fiendish bloodlines in the city of Mana's Grove.
All right, my friend. Please hand the staff back to my other friend.
Kind of looks at Nar and kind of holds it out like as
I'll
daintily as
drop
possible to
my
keep away his
fucking
hand.
fiend form spell. Is
No.
there? I want to bestow some blessing on this guy.
You feel bad.
I feel bad now. Um, is there a? Can I cast Zilpip's special spell on this guy without fucking killing him because he has like 12 brains to take this in?
It depends on the special. Oh wait, are you trying to increase his intelligence?
Yeah.
No, you're pretty sure that the fact that you awakened him means that this creature is still in the developing stages. It's going to take a while before its brain is capable of that level. Thankfully, these creatures don't die naturally, so.
Okay.
But it'd be like basically taking a pig brain, giving it the ability to have human thoughts, and being like, all right, I'm going to now increase it by twice the size. Like, they have the space, but the mental ability might snap them that they suddenly have that much capacity to their mind.
Okay, my friend. Here's what we're going to do.
He nods.
We're going to get you a trusted cohort, and they are going to rule in your stead.
Oh, thank you, Master. I can finally be like you and never show up again.
Of course. And you will travel with me.
Master, I'd rather stay here.
That is too bad. This is a
I
great
guess, like,
honor,
first.
and you will achieve greatness.
You see him kind of look at you, and there's a sigh in his eyes, and goes, yes, Master, greatness. Just like the greatness I was promised here when I was forced to sacrifice my man bits to the Dragon King, who then bathed himself in blood.
And baby.
There's no baby oil, thankfully. There was oil made from babies, though. Do you know you can press them and they make a fine paste? It was a terrifying thing to watch. He made the villagers watch as he did it.
Sweet. Yeah. We're going to...
Master, do not dismiss my horse.
I feel like he wasn't paying attention at all. To that.
He walks over and's like shaking you as you start casting. Yep. As you return, so you're returning back to the rest of the party with just you and Nar.
No, all three of us.
Okay. You're gonna leave the town unmanaged
For a day, yes.
Oh no.
It's only gonna take 5 minutes for everything to collapse around it.
Give me 2 seconds. I need to roll about 100 d20.
How many seconds are in a day?
All right.
Was his presence...
A lot.
The city is already on fire within 2 seconds after you leaving.
How?
Because the people are not happy. They watched someone bathe in blood on a sacrificial temple in the middle of the city as man-bits were being sacrificed to them. Would you be satisfied with that?
See, this is why we don't get land, guys.
No, if we get land, we don't get land in Greg's lands.
I shall leave this city now.
So as you teleport away, Zilpip doesn't know this, so it's not his problem to deal with. As you lot disappear, heading back to the group, you see as you teleport back, the sun now is starting to come down. Camp kind of being set up amongst the group. Roloman seems to be kind of, I imagine, opposite of the camp of wherever Melvin is. James kind of seems to be working away at getting most of the iron still put away into the cart, as there's a lot of it.
Chest. We have space in the chest.
How much does that chest hold? Did I ever put a specification?
7,000 pounds.
How much is a 30?
You never gave us.
No, it was written on it.
Oh,
It was written on it. 7,000 pounds was written on it.
No, I got that.
How much does a what weigh? Rocks?
No, I'm checking.
Because it's gotta be big, because it had 7,000 pounds worth of fruit in it when we first got it.
Oh, well, if you're going to be so proud of me, I'm about to use an engineer's thing.
Real math?
Yeah, I'm actually going to go
Holy
look up what
shit.
They don't have iron. Oh, they do have cast iron. That'll work close enough. Let's see. They don't have just solid squares. Yeah, I was going to look up 30 by 30 by 30 of iron.
Oh, you want the density and shit?
Yeah. For how much? Because that'll give me the full amount. Let me see.
Quick,
Crazy feeble-minded
Grumpy,
is
do
a
math.
level spin.
I'm looking
Well,
it
this
up.
is raw iron, so this is iron ore.
Also, I want you to. Nar shows up and just looks at everyone with a dead stare. I still have the fucking staff.
Yep. Oh, you know what? Iron ore weight by per cubic feet would be a really nice way of doing it. It's about 1,810 to 2,450 kilograms per cubic meter. So someone better at math, figure out what that means in pounds.
A lot.
Thank you. All right.
More than we got.
Thanks, dude.
Well, that is just.
You said it was only a couple 100 pounds of iron.
You got
That's
a
why I was like,
horrible.
okay.
Well, yeah, I was doing. Listen, I didn't do my math beforehand. Who does math beforehand?
You
Oh
rolled
no,
an 11.
never mind. I see where my math comes from. Okay, I've got the website. Yes. So here it is. You do pull up about 400 pounds of iron that you're able to process through. I forgot with the fact that with ore there's a calculation difference that I was needing.
Okay, so it's 400 pounds of iron raw, or is that what it can
That's
process
ore.
down into?
That is
Okay.
the ore that you're able to process, or that you have before you process it.
I'm putting it as 1 pound each for the 400 units. There we go. And that's now in the chest.
But as you begin to kind of tear away at that, as little Zilpip and Nar, and now this new dragonkin of like light grayish black scales, standing about 12 feet tall? Yeah, 12 feet tall. 12 feet tall.
I'm gonna look at Zilpip.
Looking.
Look at this tall. We can continue. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Be like, can I put him to work as I'm moving this iron?
No.
Damn
He
it.
is above you in rank. And I look up to see if he's pleased by me saying that.
He just kind of almost looks at you expectingly with the comment and looks back at James.
Well, you don't work for me. I was just seeing if I could borrow him for moving this stuff. All right.
In fact, please take his luggage. Did you bring luggage?
No.
He looks at you and goes, "Master, you literally teleported me before I could do anything."
Right, yes, of course.
I'm looking dead at I'm looking little Pip dead in the eyes and going, no, I don't serve you. Don't pull that again.
You don't and you do.
No.
I'll
Master,
serve my
As I-
purpose.
Yep, Master, your merchants are terrible servants. You really should
I'm
be
not
better.
his merchant.
Why does the help keep talking to me? And he looks over at Nar and goes, "You're the mouthpiece for this group, aren't you not?"
Oh, you're actually willing to talk to me instead of just looking at me disgusted.
Well, your rank is of value in that case, if you are the one who runs this group.
I'm going
No one cares
just
how
ignore his
hush.
existence.
The only thing I run is a paladin order that he's not part of.
He looks
It's
over
my
then
fucking merchant
and
company.
he turns around, completely ignoring James, and looks over to Rollman with the swords on him and goes, "You must be then the leader, someone as strong as yourself."
I'm just pounding my head into the pommel right now. Not
I-
hard, just a head, just light.
Master,
It's a bad day.
Master, I really think that you should choose different merchants.
I'm not even a merchant.
The
We
small
are
one
getting there, my friend. We are getting there.
nods. He just kind of quiets down as he looks over at James, kind of expectingly.
I'm not doing anything for you. You're fucking rude.
Master, can I sacrifice his man bits?
No.
I heard the dice roll in the back. Yeah, let's say.
Imagine
no,
like
But
Zippo.
uh,
Go ahead.
I have been working on a new procedure to replace
Oh my god.
balls with lyrium balls. James, would you be interested in this procedure? Well, when we find a willing subject, and they must be willing, my friend,
Would I be paid?
I will teach you how to. Would you be paid?
For an experimental procedure.
I wonder what the amount is.
Yes, of course. I
Roll
would
it
be
in his
willing to
mind.
pay up to 200,000 gold pieces.
Master, if you had that kind of coin, why was my town poor?
Was your town poor?
Master, we didn't make any coin. We've been suffering. I've been eating nothing but bread and water for weeks, months.
Well, I have
Oh
much
my
food
God.
for you now.
At the
Master,
very
I'm
least, I'll
starting
go
to
grab
think that test was a lot harder than you were intending it to be. I think next time you should consider the situation more.
One of the
Instead of-
times I come out of the fucking
Next time I will, my friend.
one of the times I come out of the car, I'll bring out a couple rations from the field ration box and just hand them to him.
Oh, the
There
help!
you go.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I know. I'm
They'll
surprised you didn't
those
come
are-
to us quicker.
Zilpip, you'll have to pay for those.
All right, where do you? I'll pay for him.
Master, he's. Why is the help demanding we pay? Is it not his divine right to serve you?
I just quietly hand him a platinum coin.
You know exactly
It
what
goes
it is,
right
my
into the
friend.
coffers.
Uh,
All right, where are we
I
doing this?
think because I'm in Lil Scarf's body, I take out my coin purse and hand it all to James.
Funny.
Just a little tip, you know.
How much money
For the
does Little
help.
Scarf
How
have?
much money did Little Scarf have?
Can't
Well-
believe you actually hand little scarf.
All right. Well, Nar can give you his count. I can give you the actual count once that's the case. Go
Oh
ahead.
my god.
Well, because Nar knows that Little Scarf goes off to do things.
I know he gets some money. So the things he collects on missions, he gives to Nar because Nar's not as likely to get robbed because he has more health. So whatever your count is what he has.
Oh, okay. So as he hands you over about 50,000 gold pieces, just in a coin purse, as well as it's not a coin purse. It is a bag of holding. There are two items inside the bag of holding. One is a locket with Little Scarf's family painted into it, and the other would be Little Scarf's blanket that he's kept from his youth.
Oh,
I'm just
that
gonna set
reminds
this-
me.
I'm just gonna set this bag aside. This is not the. I'm gonna look at Zilp and go. That's the bunny of that's Little Scarf's money. That's not yours. Don't try that again.
That reminds me. You are wearing goggles, Wolf, because he does wear goggles that boost his search checks.
Don't
little
try to
monocles
steal from
built
Little
into
Scarf again.
goggles.
They are in my employ right now, and if you do it again, I swear.
He just kind of looks at you, or the dragonkin looks over at you, James, and goes, "You speak so much for someone who of so lesser birth. You barely manage to scratch nobility. Why do you think yourself important?"
Why do you? You're a dragonkin.
I'm a nobleman. I serve and run my own territory. I serve my master, who is.
Yeah, and from what I've heard, you had your balls chopped off.
You see a bit of a smile kind of peek the scar of his mouth as he twitches, like almost as he shows his teeth, and goes, "You really wish to die today?"
Replace
It's
his
okay.
balls. I tell
I can
Joseph.
sympathize. I've had mine removed once. It was not my choice.
As Roman kind of comments that as well on the side of his mouth, the figure kind of looks at Nar and then looks back over at Roman and then looks back at James and goes, "You lot are very talkative for being so low ranked. If Master doesn't wish to discipline the help, maybe he kind of begins to crack his
James's
fingers.
hand goes to his hammer.
He kind of pauses for a second. Zilpip has stepped away, so we're gonna give him a minute as we take a second here. I'll pause for a moment. Yeah, go ahead.
I heard you say you wanted a burger. My wife also wants a burger.
After
Do
session.
you want to go get burgers after sesh?
Sure, I'm done. I'm
Cool.
baked as shit, so as long as that's cool.
Word. 100%.
All right, cool.
All right.
Yeah. As the Hydra looks over at you, he looks to be readying his hands as he is cracking his knuckles, looking to attack James. As James is getting his hands to his axe or hammer. Sorry.
It's got both
Alright.
sides.
Wait, they're looking like they're going to attack each other?
Yes.
Like
I
both of
started
them
going
are
for my
attacking.
axe after he started threatening.
Yes.
He verbally threatened first.
They're talking shit back and forth.
The last comment is he said that if my master won't discipline the help, I will, basically.
Oh, word, 100%.
No, bad.
I'd say Roland might come over here and kill him if he hits James, so you might want to come up
Yeah,
with something
that's
real quick.
super true.
Roland's got a really scary sword, so and nothing to lose right now.
Fuck. What did I name him? Hydrathian.
You really forgot his name already? You named him like 20 minutes ago.
I sure did. I create a telepathic bond with him.
Okay.
And I don't want. I'll just communicate the words if you lay a hand on the help. And then I will fill his mind with
Bad things.
images of Greg naked, bathing in blood. I'll fill his mind with him having his balls cut
He
off.
passes out. Just
and
as
over.
James, as he's looking at you menacingly, like ready to attack, he just goes unconscious and drops to the ground.
Word, 100%.
He failed his he failed his fortitude
He's-
save
he's-
at that thought.
Yeah.
James will pull his hand away from his axe, look at the little Pip, and go, "You running around the most infuriating people. Why?"
I have infuriating friends, and you are included in that.
I can agree to that, I guess. Don't ever give the impression that I work for you, though. I'll work
Oh,
with
come
you, I don't
on.
work
It was
for you.
fun.
If you want me to work for you, it's going to cost you a lot more than lyrium balls cost.
Is he wearing... Never mind. I won't do that.
Adamantine, yes, I believe. No,
Oh,
Cobalt.
yeah,
You're Cobalt.
I was
You're
gonna
the
ask
Cobalt.
if he was wearing magic armor.
Technically, yeah, James' armor is technically magical because of the lyrium he has on it. Or not lyrium,
No, not
calorium.
And it has my
It's not
divinity
really
in it.
worth the prank.
Man, this already took me some points of divinity. You disenchant it, I will be
never
pissed.
mind. Never mind.
As you all... Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh. Nothing.
I mean,
No?
Dispel Magic only temporarily turns things off. I hate to be the devil's advocate, but it doesn't turn off forever.
Don't you fucking
What'd you
help
say
them
it
with
does?
It does.
Dispel Magic turns them off temporarily. Does
Yeah.
not make them unmagical.
Do I think I would ruin the enchantment if I used Fabricate to engrave something in it?
You could change it completely by accident, causing it to go highwire and basically kill James. Theoretically, if you put
Yeah,
too
not
much,
worth the prank.
if you put too much magic into it right now, I mean, in theory, it could completely constrict on him and turn him into an ice sculpture.
Yeah.
So it's made of cobalt with calorium and adamantine trim.
I mean, for all you know, it could turn him into to Daka with the fact of the blue calorium on it. I mean, you've seen that stuff go as wild as possible, so.
Yeah. Not gonna do it.
Alright, as you kind of stare at James for a moment, contemplating as he says this, letting the thought go, you lot kind of, an uneasy night kind of settles over the group as you lot begin to make camp. The rest of the group you're kind of bringing and, rather guarding along the way seems to want to take a night for themselves, having gone insane basically the previous this morning. And after all that's kind of happened in the last few moments of watching you all almost implode and kill each other after it, Pema seems to look along, and it's not hard to tell that she thinks you lot might be still affected by the insanity and wanting a night to sleep it off. The other group looks to be very cautious towards you lot as they say that. What was that, Roman? Sorry?
Good excuse.
As you lot kind of all find yourselves separated, some of you sleeping out amongst the stars, some of you sleeping in the carts. The clear tension still in the air amongst the group. We'll end the session there with you lot. Next session, waking up in the morning. We thank you all for watching. We hope you enjoyed. And this has been the Ironheart Merchant Company.